You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with the season 6 finale of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Yes, it's the season 6 finale, the grand finale. And I'm really happy with myself because I was able to really strategically know that we should end on the 26th episode. It know it's supposed to be the 25th, but I just knew this week was going to be filled with so much that to take the break like last week and not do anything this week, I just feel like would have just been a misstep. And I was right because so much happened this week that this just feels like a great bombastic season finale. I'm just, I'm happy I prepared myself. I knew the SCOTUS rulings were coming. I knew the presidential debate was happening, the BET Awards. I knew there was so many things that needed to be talked about in this episode that is just, I'm just happy I did not take that break. Now I am taking a break. Let's be clear, the breaks will be taken. So this next week, there's no episode. This is July. We're starting off July with a nice break. I'm enjoying my break. I'm taking my time. I'm definitely going to do that. But, I was very big to me to just say, okay, July, yes. Start off right, beginning of July, do that. And then after that, get with it. But I've been doing a lot of vacationing, a lot of fun, a lot of, summertime bliss, as you all can see. I definitely am on team. I would like to do 10 mini vacations a year, then just do 2 big ones or whatnot. Some folks, they love to do the traveling. I'm a little stationary. I like to look. I want a beach, I find me a beach. Atlantic City. Hello. It is crazy because it's like people are like, well, you got money, you got things, you can go out. And I was like, I do. But I don't know. I'm just someone who, I don't like riding planes unless I have to. I don't mind the plane. Last year, listen, the book tour got all the flights out of me. I got points for days. And the crazy part is that I don't really even use the points or the miles. I guess they say miles, points, whatever. Like, I don't even use my miles for flights. I use them for booking hotels at the last minute. If I'm going to do an overnight stay or something, if I'm not doing anything media related, I'll get a quick little overnight at a nice spot, or I'll upgrade off of my points, that's what I use them for. And it's actually for those who do the miles and points things. Like, I'm with A Advantage to American Airlines. I always tell people it's the best conversion, I feel like, for the miles for the hotels compared to trying to use them for flights. Like, last year, I used some of my miles. I had a bunch of miles, and I used them for my trip to Martha's Vineyard with Mr. Johnson, and we did first class everything. I don't regret it. I mean, it was great to use the miles, some of the miles I had. But in retrospect, I would have probably just been better off just buying that flight and then, getting whatever, doing what I need to do, and just having extra miles and stuff, because I use so many. I have so many. I think at that point I had like 400,000 or something like that. I'm around 200 something thousand ish now. But I would have rather had kept all those miles and just kept using them for hotel bookings. Like, anytime, I have a situation overnight, I can easily get a nice hotel with miles. Like, I'm going to, in the next week or so, like next week I'll be going. But next week I'll be at the Alpha Constitution Convention in Chicago next week. Next week. Ooh. Yeah, because right now we finally in July. We're in peak summer mode right now. And so, we're in July, and this upcoming week, it's 4th of July. We got all that going on. But I don't really acknowledge 4th of July like that. It's 4th of Jamarcus. So, the Lip brothers are going to get together. We're going to celebrate 4th of Jamarcus. We're going to do it right. More on that in a minute about how I did it right this year for his birthday. But no, I like a nice little overnight hotel situation, whatever. My mood has just been more focused on those trips. Like I like cute trips. Like one of my friends, Dr. Parks and Joe, they went to Mexico with the Straights. They love to go travel with the Straights, child. They was in Mexico or whatever this past weekend. We was over here. Well, I wasn't cat watching, but Mr. Johnson, was checking on the cats a little bit. They leave us with these cats. They say they are my nephews. I don't really claim them. I mean, they are, I guess what they say, Rhino, Republican in name only. They are my nephews, nepo in name only. Nephews in name only. But they're cute to some. I mean, they're cute. I'm just not a pet person. I've realized that. I've become more tolerant of it, but I'm more open to dogs. I don't have a dog. If I ever had a dog, I would have a wishbone dog. But I was told earlier this week that those Jack Russell Terriers, them some feisty animals. They loud and stuff. I just like Wishbone. I just think he's just cute. I don't know. Cats and I don't get along. Pussy and me don't. We just don't play together in the sandbox. Puss in Boots. Nothing else. I don't know whether type of reference you all thought I was referencing to, but I guess it all applies. But I like me a good dog. I don't do dogs anymore, but I used to like me a, little scumbag here and there dog. But like cats just never did it for me. But they have 2 cats. The cats are cute. I'd be walking in there like Cruella. I'd be like, that'd be a nice fur coat. No, I'm joking. I just, yeah, it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on there. Lot going on there. But they like to travel and do those little tropical trips and things. Contrary to popular belief, people think I'm that girl. I like to travel continentally. A lot of y'all who've been on the podcast who listened and, who've followed me all these incredible 6 seasons and more, right? You all know this already. But for those who are new, sometimes people just be like, oh, I can see you going to Paris. First of all, could never see me going to Paris because Paris smells. I've never been to Paris, but this is what I hear. I hear Paris is a little stinky. And I also feel like I don't like touristy traps. Like the places I've been abroad has been Peru. I've been to Israel many, over a decade ago. Ghana, life-changing. Like I like to go places that I really feel like I'm getting an international experience. If you just go into another beach island situation, baby, I can find you that feel here for less. Let me be your tour guide. I can find you the destination hideaways in Delaware, in Jersey, in Pennsylvania. I know some spots that will give you what you want or what you think you want somewhere else. I can give you little Paris in Delaware. We could go to Hotel DuPont. You could go to La Caviar. You could get the French experience for less, baby. I mean, that's just, I'm a mess, but I don't know. Like, to me, travel is a state of mind. Vacation is a state of mind. I don't need to go off. And I just feel like the Instagram got the girls just feeling like they got to be all on the gram. Listen, I am all about that good premium package. Give me that overnight stay package. Give me all the tricks, the treats, in the comfort of my city. Give it to me. And so at Eater, I'm the proud editor of Eater Philly. This month I'm going to, this month is 1 year. 1 year as the editor of Eater. Can y'all believe that? Eater Philly, baby. Running the food sections, giving y'all the best list in Philly, the best cheesesteaks, the best, good restaurants and bars, good taste. I got a great team. Shout out to George. Shout out to Kristen. Shout out to all the great folks that are contributors under the Eater Philly team. Okay. Traffic up. Okay. Making moves. Engagement up. Statistics. Where's your numbers, honey? Step your numbers up. The rest of you food spots around here trying to do the coverage, we give y'all something on a daily basis. We give you good content from good experts with taste. Thank me very much. That's what we do. So we doing some staycation, guys. We got some stuff coming up, in the East Coast, Philly area, places that don't break the bank, places that don't take you, you can travel to. If you got a car or whatever, you can travel out and get away from Philly and still come back in one piece. I'm all about that. I'm all about that staycation life. Support the local economy. People need money here now. We saved Atlantic City. We did. Because you remember Atlantic City's on the move. We play with Atlantic City. I don't know where y'all been, but AC is back, baby. Air conditioning and Atlantic City. It's back. But yeah, I'm just very much, a stay guy. I'm doing a little travel. I'm going to Martha's Vineyard, but that's I got an itinerary down there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I'm just not feeling like going out of the United States right now. It just seems like too much is going on in the world. I guess too much we always go on in the world, but for whatever reason, ever since the pandemic, I have not left. That's what I believe. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I say. That's what I say. And I tell people that because so much, so much matters. And I tell people all the time that we get so caught up. That's just reflecting on so many things. But yeah, I just want I just want to make staycations more in trend. I just think, going abroad, we still, COVID's still out here. Not that I'm trying to be a fearmonger or scare people, but COVID's still out here and I have not gotten it. And I'm grateful for that. Let me knock on this wooden table, but I have not gotten it. But there's been some reports, even though the news don't cover it as aggressively anymore, which I get, but there's new variants and there's been an increase over the summer. I've noticed these interesting waves where it seems like people get sick or whatever, but no one's calling it COVID anymore. They're just calling it everything else. But it's COVID and it's making its waves and having these up and downs. And so, I just stay vigilant. I still stay, I don't mask up all the time. I don't really do that much. Now, airports and things, I still do when it gets a little tight. But I don't, but I do keep up with my vaccinations. So I know there's going to be a new one coming out in the market this fall. So, I don't play with flu season, getting that flu shot, getting all my necessary shots. I do all the vaccinations, whatever I need to do. I don't play with those. Nowadays, I'm watching reality TV, people biting people and cutting people. Tetanus shots on the rise, baby. Get you a tetanus shot. Not that we are going to be out here fighting or anything, but it's just, now, I just feel like tetanus shots, people sleeping on those, get those. Especially if you're going to be out here swinging and throwing bottles and getting riled out here with the glass. Get you a tetanus shot. Just do that, while we at it, since we talking about vaccinations. Get it all. Because I was watching Baddies the other night and this girl got bit and she got bit, but she had this huge swelling and I was just like, ooh, how did you get on? Just get tetanus shots. You just don't know how you gonna land out here, I laugh, but I'm serious. The heat is real. It's getting hot out here. July, people talking about Christmas in July. Where is Christmas in July? Where is Christmas in July? Because I don't see any snow. I don't see any water ice. But I will tell people all the time, stay hydrated. I've really been serious about sunscreen this summer. I mean, I always did sunscreen, but like, because I'm going outside more, I don't really go outside in the broad sunlight. I've been really big on that. And I say that all the time. I'd say that all the time to people that I've been very mindful like I've always been someone to just avoid the sun as much. I mean, I was little, I used to be out, but as an adult, I've been very big on like I don't want to be around direct sunlight. But in some situations I've had to lately because I have to go to picnics. I've been going to some, a lot of daytime events. So I've been really big on the sunscreen. And I gotta tell black people, we gotta do sunscreen. I know. We hear these myths, we hear all these stories of, oh, what we hear, they say, oh, our skin dark, so that protects. No, melanthelioma, all the skin cancer, all that stuff is real. Our cases are lower in that department based on, our melanin, but it's still a real thing. And, you just want to protect your skin just in general. So I just recommend sunscreen. And I use Black Girl, the Black Girl sunscreen. That's been my favorite. I do have Kiehl's. Like if I'm in a situation where I'm in a rush, I do still do my Kiehl's sunscreen infused skin moisturizer that I use for my skin sometimes, because it can get like, sunscreens get weird. Like you got sometimes they got the white film on it, which I don't like to use those brands. I like to use, like I said, I mean, Kills do that a little bit, but then when I kind of, blend it in really well, it does fine. I do love the Black Girl Magic sunscreen. That's been my favorite one. So sometimes what I'll do when I have some real time to really get myself together before I go out, I will mix it in with my regular moisturizer. I think everyone should do that if you're somebody who really wants to avoid the filming in the skin, like that white coating on it. Because you can tell they don't make this sunscreen for people with color on their skin, child. Because if you white, you probably don't even notice it. I mean, clearly. No pun intended, no shade. But just black people, like anybody, dark, Indian, Latino, some of our Dominicans or whatever, Afro Latinos, when you put that on the skin, you can see that little color on it. Like I done had some, like I was powder dipping this. Like, listen. So what I have done is a solution, and I recommend this to people, is get the sunscreen. Now, if you black and you're using that Black Girl sunscreen, which any race can use. I mean, if you want to support a black-owned business, do it. But white people don't buy so much that us colored folks, we can't get it. Because y'all do too much. Y'all go in the store, y'all buy everything off the rack, and then we don't have anything. That's what y'all did with Oxtail. That's why Oxtail prices are going up. But I digress. Sometimes too much support can become another form of colonialization. You know, took something and it's given imperial. It's not giving allyship, it's giving imperial. But what I do is I get the sunscreen and I mix it in with my regular moisturizer and apply it to my face in one jolt. I don't do the layer because I feel like the layer just makes my skin get too sticky. But when I mix it in, the sunscreen with the moisturizer, and of course it's got to be an SPF 30 or higher. I mean, I like SPF 45, and you want to get the UV rays, the UU rays, you want to get all the rays. And I know some people are like, what am I talking about? So a lot of times if you look at the sunscreens, there's multiple types of rays, sun rays, right? And so there's like UVA, which is the most, a lot of people know UVA, but there's also another type of wave. I think it's called UUA or whatever, but it's try to get both rays, rather than just one. Normally all sunscreens will have a UVA protection, but get other types of rays as well. Don't just get UVA if you can, because listen, I know it's hot when it's super hot outside, and I don't even go out like when it get wild. But when I go outside, I can see the humidity. I always say it's so damn hot that it's giving that mirage energy. It's so hot that even the air is sweating. It feels like it's hot. That humidity, that wind that you see, when you see that clearness, it's got that little shimmery clearness to it. It's that damn hot. It feels like it's on fire. I don't play like that. I used to spend my summers in Marianna, Arkansas when I was really young in the South. And my grandmother, I used to spend my summers with my grandma. I'll never forget this. It was an asphalt pavement. It was hot as hell. It used to be so hot. We used to be little. We used to walk outside without our shoes. Yes. And we walked on the street pavement back when I was little. We were at the hot. It used to be so hot. I walked out trying to be cute one time when I was really little, and I remember my feet being burnt. I ran my ass back in the house. I put some flip-flops on. It was so hot. I wanted to do something because I was just like, it's got to be this hot. Let me tell you what I did. I cracked an egg, on this asphalt, this black ass street pavement. Y'all, I saw a little bit of bubbling coming from the that white yolk when I cracked on the street. When I saw the little bubble, I said, oh, it's cooking an egg. You could cook an egg outside. That was how hot it was. I ran my ass in the house. I didn't come back outside for days. It was that hot. Okay? And New Orleans is near in the South. They used to say cold drink. A cold drink, okay, a cold drink would have never sufficed for that weather. Okay? Water ice, popsicles, child, you couldn't do it. Philly's had some heat. And people were like, oh, Ernest, you're from Houston. Listen, I am from Houston. Yes, I've grown up in Houston. But I've lived in Philly for 14 years, and I know not to play with the heat. See, just because you grew up in heat don't mean you know when to play and when not to play. When it gets over 90 degrees in Philly, I don't play. Because air pollution out here, it's too much out here. Stay your ass in the house. I grew from the era when sundown come out, that's when I come out. I've been making a point that when I go out now, I go out when the sun is down. So it's still a little bit of brightness. So I'm around 6 o'clock, maybe 7. I come out, sundown or sunset time. I can't have the sun beaming on me. That's been my rule for the most part. But in events where I can't do that, sunscreen works. Sunscreen works. So, it's been a lot going on this week. So some of the things I did this weekend before we get into these topics, because I know what y'all want to know. We're going to talk about it. As you can see in the description for the show, we have a lot to talk about. But I want to talk about, how I'm doing, I went to 48 Records Bar, which is in Old City. It's that Sarafafas restaurant or bar that's right there by Royal Boucherie in between Rod and Ralph. New bar. It's upstairs of that bar. So there's a downstairs bar. I never really been to that bar, but upstairs there's a whole bar upstairs, and it's called 48 Records Bar. They play vinyl. They got the nice little summer cocktails out. So I went with my good Judy Sharon. We had little summer cocktails and we kicked it up and kikied. Good old time, nice little situation, cute little happy hour vibe. If you're looking for somewhere fun, low key to go up and have some drinks with a friend and just something different, I recommend. It's not a very food spot, but very much big on the drinks. They making some really great, fun, crafty cocktails. That's the vibe at 48 Record Bar. It's very fun record. It's music. Sometimes they do live shows. It's real cute, intimate, cozy, fun, laid back. It's a great summer vibe. Highly recommend it. This weekend, Mr. Johnson and I went to Atlantic City. We went to the Borgata. Shout out to Borgata. It was popping. We had a cute room. We had a nice floor. Beautiful views. Luxurious times. Very romantic. It's one of many little cute staycation. Well, not even staycation because Atlantic is cities across. But it's one of many cute little, weekend, little getaway, little trips down the shore. We're doing a couple of these trips throughout the summer, which made sense for us compared to just trying to stress over one big ass trip. I hate that. I can't tell you how it grinds my gears because I hear horror stories from my friends. Like when a lot of my friends do them trips, I'll be like, it gives reality TV show. It gives okay, so the girls go to Greece for 7 days. The first day they get over jet lag. Second day they start to warm up. Third day, first incident happens. Fourth day, they fight it. Fifth day, they fight it. Sixth day, they begin to patch up and get along. Seventh day is the last day, they leaving, they tired. I've seen the cycle of these trips and these big trips, and I just can't. I would rather do the mini trips and also do the mini trips with just the boo. I just want to be with my man. Lit Brothers is a great gang to travel with. We done did a couple trips, but outside of that, I don't know. It's just me, y'all. I'm not prescribing. I'm just talking about myself. I'm just funny like that. But no, it was cute. We had time to ourselves. We The event we went to at the Borgata was they do this summer social, a taste of paradise, and they bring out all of their restaurants. And it's like their premier summer event. They only do it once a summer. So if you missed out this year, if you're listening to it, but they are doing it again next year. It typically is around the end of June. So if you're looking for an opportunity to travel, have a cute little vacation situation, looking for something fun to do, make sure you stay glued to Borgata Summer Social. That party was lit. That was a party. I mean, so the setup is basically they have food from all of their major big pop-in restaurants, and they all create dishes based off of the theme of whatever the theme is. So this time around, it was a Hawaii luau themed. Very great, like Hawaiian themed dishes, lots of fun food, sushi bites. They had the steak out, they had tropical chicken, they had fried lobster with the sauces. I mean, it was popping. Major liquor, okay? Lots of open bar drinks, cocktails being made. Hennessy had a little cocktail session. Patron had a cocktail session. They promoted their new Cafe XO, their new coffee, blended tequila situation. So they had like a tequila, like an espresso martini tequila thing. I don't really do that, but people thought that was cute and enjoyed it apparently. They had they had what was that? Gelato station with all the tropical flavors. They had all kind of things going on. They had it all night. I mean, it was a whole all night party. We was there for a couple hours. We had a VIP section. We had our nice little VIP section. We had the whole bar, great food. It was just so decked out. They had the pool, but no one was in the pool swimming. The pool was, just there. But everybody was around frolicking, networking, vibing, cute. It was real fun. They had the dancers. They had these big, huge snake holders. So let's talk about that snake, because some of y'all saw them pictures and said, what was going on? I saw the snake, big ass snake. It was the I call it a python. I don't know what type of snake it was. It was huge, a boa constrictor. So when I saw the snake, I said, well, that's the Britney Spears snake. Now, this is my millennial talking. Y'all remember when Britney, not Beyonce, when Britney at the VMAs, this was like 2001, so it was over 20 years ago, and she performed Slave for You at the VMAs, when she had that run, that was that Britney run, when she was at the VMAs every year, and she performed, and she gave people her all, and the choreography was popping, and the performance was fire, and she used to tear that stage up. I remember that run. Everybody remember the Britney VMA run, when she was just at the VMAs every year, and she would just kill it each year. Each year she had a banging performance. I remember the one performance where parents was just like, oh my goodness, Britney performed nude. Britney had that, remember that, it wasn't even nude. She wasn't even naked. She had a full bodysuit on, and it was not even see-through. It was just matching her color. It was a cream see-through outfit that had shimmers all over it. And so if you was on TV watching, it looks like she's naked and covered in shimmers, but there was no titties, there was no vagina, there was none of that because it was a bodysuit. But I remember people freaked out because she was gyrating on the floor and she was dancing, and people just thought it was so inappropriate and so raunchy, and people was complaining about the performance. I was just like, I mean, it was hot, but that was just a different era we was in. Because the stuff we see on TV now, it don't be anything like that. It don't even be anything like that. We've seen worse. That performance nowadays would just be, it was cute. It wouldn't even be cute in talent wise, but just sexuality wise, we wouldn't even be giving it that much smoke today. But at that time, it was wild. But the following year, she performed Slave for You, which is one of my favorite Britney songs. That performance is forever iconic. It's one of the best. I always tell people that I feel like that is the best VMA performance ever. Now, I've had people say, well, what about the Beyonce performances? Okay, yes, Beyonce's performances are great. They are phenomenal. But let me tell you why the Britney Spears performance is always going to be best. It's because it was a single performance. It was she had 4 minutes to do that song, and that was it. Now, if we're talking overall stage, okay, the Beyonce performances are great. They're phenomenal. Those are great. But what I tell people is, when I say performance, is because Beyonce had like a little mini concert when she does her shows. So she does like whole, segues. It's like 15 minutes. But I'm talking the days where award shows, and the award shows still do, but I remember VMAs, the talent back in Britney's era, and Beyonce was a part of that era, the girls only had like 4 or 5 minutes to do a performance. The reason why Beyonce nowadays get 15 minutes at a award show, because the talent is so lackluster that an artist of her caliber is not going to give you 4 minutes. She deserves about a good 15-minute set to cover up all the mediocre performances that was before her. Okay? I just want to make that be clear, because a lot of these performances nowadays that we see live, they're just not that good. You get one good artist. We're going to talk about that with the BET Awards later in this show. But you get one good artist. But back then, Britney had, she knew the assignment. She had 4 minutes to do her thing, and not 1 second was wasted. I mean, she came out with that snake, she ate. And so I always told myself, if I had an opportunity to do that, would I not? So when I first saw the snake, I was like, oh, I don't know about that. Then I had a couple of drinks, got a little nice, and was like, you know what? I'll be all right. It won't bite me. It won't snap. And I put it around my neck. Now, once it got on my neck, let me tell y'all, mentally, I started regretting it in my head. I was like, oh my God, get it off me. Because that thing was huge. I mean, it could have strangled me if it wanted to. Could have had me in a tight wad. That didn't happen, clearly. I'm alive to give y'all this podcast. And the vocals are good too. But I say all that to say that the big-ass snakes, listen, it wasn't for the meek. Mr. Johnson did it after I did. More cautiously was like, well, okay, one person in this house has done it. I guess it's safe. So he did it. He actually was more enthusiastic doing it than I was. But I said, let me just, why not? Let's have fun. So it went well. It was cute. I was hanging out with, I play around with the graphic now. I didn't send it to my friends. It was like, look who I hung out with today. And I put in fill the blank person I'm not really a friend with, but the joke would be on with a snake, so therefore it was the person. So I kind of did the fill in the blanks, and I texted a couple people, like, look, I'm hanging out with so-and-so, so-and-so. Oh my God, you won't believe who I saw at the Borgata. And I would send them the picture of me with the snake. Before I send them the name, and they'd be like, what? And I say, hold on, let me show you the picture. And then we a picture of the snake that said, you know what, Ernest, you play too much. So I did that with a couple of my friends. I sent them the picture. I said, look who I hung out with at Borgata. Oh my God, so-and-so was here. And I sent them the picture of me holding the snake. And then on IG, I was like, oh, look, me and Sean King hanging out in Atlantic City. And it was the snake video of me. A couple other people, but I'm not going to name on this show. But I definitely sent that around to some people. I cracked myself up. But it was cute. It was a very good time. I really enjoyed the energy and all of that. Borgata was cute. I've been hitting all of my affinity rings these past couple years. I've been to Ocean, which was very lovely. Ocean is definitely one of my favorites. I've been to Tropicana. I've been to Caesar's Palace. That was fun. And at Borgata, I stayed at the MGM Tower at Borgata. So just want to be clear. I stayed at the MGM and in Borgata. That's where I stayed. And so I don't know maybe the Borgata rooms, I don't know, but the MGM Tower is where I stayed, the rooms I stayed at, just for clarity, because I don't want people to be like, oh, that room was nice. Why that room? I don't know. But the MGM Tower is where I stayed at, which is connected to Borgata. And that was an experience. Highly recommended. 5 stars. 5 stars. And yes, Summer Social, highly recommend that. I feel like when you go to like resorts and places like that, I always tell people, like, if there's an event going on that's hosted by the hotel, it's always a key. It's always a plus. So many people go out to resorts and travel, and I've noticed this just being someone who's going to Vegas more times than I would have imagined. My mother loves Vegas, by the way, for those who know. My mom loves Vegas. But I would go to these resorts and stuff, and I think what would happen with the scams is that there will be club promoters or people that would throw their own little events at these hotels or throw something near the hotels, and people will run to those. Pro tip, as somebody who's been there and done that, go to events hosted by the hotels. So if the Borgata is throwing a summer social, go there, because the value and the bang for your buck will justify. They ain't gonna half-ass you with those events. Those events are of quality. If Ocean is doing an event or whatever the place is doing, go to those events. People sometimes look at those ticket prices and say, well, this is this and this. But a lot of times those are all-inclusive packages, and they're guaranteed to be of value. Because you can find yourself dropping, $100 or $50 to go to some little event. And then you go there and you got to buy all your drinks, you got to spend all your money, you got to do all this, and it's just kind of like crap. So I tell people all the time, don't play with that. Just saying. So, and other activities that I did, we also hosted at our place a wedding shower for two people we love dearly. Mr. Johnson's good friends, Amber and Liz, who I've known them for years, they're getting married. They were Amber was in Barry's wedding party. She was a groomswoman, as we would say, in our wedding. But she was in his wedding party. And, she is getting married to Liz, who they've been together since our wedding. So it's been about they've been together for about 3 years or more, maybe, but roughly 3 years. And they're getting married in September. And so we did the wedding shower at our place, which was lovely. It was perfect. The rooftop, the outdoor energy, the indoor. It was just the perfect space to throw a cute wedding shower. And it was so nice. I mean, family came and cooked. I mean, it was jerk chicken. It was rice and peas. It was a vibe. I had to hit up Dr. Parks. I was like, girl, it's a whole banging party at our place. And she was, because they were in Mexico. And she was like, it's always crazy how all the fun things happen, when I always get annoyed with that. Like, it's like all the good stuff happens at the same time. You could go through 2 weeks of dryness or regular chill shit, and then everybody wants to drop all the fun things at the same time. It's like nobody coordinates calendars. But I'll tell you why I say it in a minute with something else that was much more of a big shocker. But it was fabulous. It was a good time. So we were so happy to celebrate them. So, concerts, as you all know, this past week was concert galore. I finally had my VIP experience to see Sarah McLachlan live, physically. She was at the Mann Center for Performing Arts. She killed it. She left no crumbs behind. It was an experience to remember. I loved it. I lived for it. The VIP was VIPing. There was a wonderful sound check experience that was right before she performed. And she came out. She did her thing. It was great galore. I had to get a t-shirt. I was out with my good Judy, Kelly Mirbach, because there's a bunch of Kellys in my life. But we went out, had a great time. She was such a great concert mate. We had a really good time. We was at we first of all, the drinking. The Mann Center, they're not playing with their little cocktail situations. They got these huge ass flavored lemonade, vodka, tequila. There's like a chili spice margarita. It was cute. It was a little boozy early for the show. I was like, oh, this is something. And I was outside. It was fun. It was just, the music was great. Lots of good catching up. Lots of great tea. We was catching up with some good tea. Bumped into a couple of people. It was so funny. The concert was white as shit. Not Sarah, Sarah's white, but the crowd. And so some of my friends, they was looking like, is that a mega rally? I said, no, child. So it's a lesbian rally. It's giving Lilith Fair. For those who remember Lilith Fair, it was the most progressive group of white people ever. It was the most. It was hilarious. It was tons of white folks, but they were like, the hippie white folks, the Lilith Fair whites. The mostly, you could tell it was a lot of lesbians. I was like, oh, this is where the lesbians are tonight. The lesbians were there for Sarah McLachlan. She got a whole little fan base. The women were there. And Sarah McLachlan isn't lesbian. Sarah isn't lesbian herself, but definitely an ally for sure. Definitely shout out Pride Month and knows her base, knows her audience, knows how to read the room, okay? She was having a good old time from Canada here. Feist was the opening act, which was cute. Nice opening act. Made sense for her crowd. But it was popping. It was a nice crowd. And it was so crazy because that was the same location I was a couple of weeks ago for the Roots picnic. And I saw a whole crowd of black folks for Sexy Red. Fast forward weeks later, I see what people thought was a silent majority for Trump, but clearly not. I mean, I think everybody in that room voted for Biden. I would be surprised if they weren't. But that room was very white. A couple black Sarah McLachlan fans. But to be clear, the show was great. Got an autographed poster by her. It was part of the VIP package. Got the t-shirt, the poster, the mugs. It was a good old time, okay? I was in the pit, but the pit had seats. She performed a new song. Okay, she performed the whole album of Fumbling Towards Ecstasy, which was incredible. And I was taken aback by that, mesmerized. But then she performed a new song. She's got a new album coming out. We don't know when the album's coming out, but she performed the new song. And she also told stories behind some of her greatest hits. One of them was Adia, which I heard rumors about the behind the scenes about that song, but she confirmed it in person, so I have to go to the source. But for those who don't know about Adia, the classic song, because she does not just sing, dog awareness songs. She also sings hits that stick like grits. Okay, this woman has Grammys, #1 hits. She's an icon of the 90s. Building a Mystery is a big hit. I Will Remember You, Angel. I could go on for days. The hits continue. Don't play with her. But I go back to the story. So Adia, that popular song that was in the 90s, people thought it was some type of subtle lesbian hit. She's been hit with lesbian allegations throughout her career because she's just good at what she do. But they were thinking that she was, it was about her missing a woman and all that, but that was not the case. The case is that basically the true story coming from the source is that she had a good friend, a best friend, one of her close friends. She fell in love with her best friend's ex. And they fell in love. And they started messing around. And her friend, she had to tell her friend, we together. And that friend put some space between her, rightfully so. I was gagged. I said, not Sarah out here messing with but she did. So her and the friend stopped talking for a minute. Sarah got married to the man, okay? She did marry him, was married to him for years, had kids with the man. Some time passed between her and the friend separating. The friend hits her up and tells her basically, look, I've moved on. I got a new man. We got married. I'm having a kid. Will you be there for my kid's birth? She showed up to the kid's birth. They held on as good girlfriends do. They stayed friends. The joke is that was like over 20-something years ago. Over 20-something years ago. I think over 30 years now at this point. That happened in the 90s. So it's been about 30 years. She says, now, both of them have left that man. They both been divorced. She left the other guy. And I'll tell you how I knew that, because for fans of Sarah McLachlan, that album Afterglow, the song Fallen, that album is about her divorce from that man. Yes, it's messy, isn't it? Fallen was about that divorce. And that album is about that divorce. And Laws of Illusion talks about recovering and healing and trying to fix that, deal with the break. That album is about that too. She's a great songwriter because she writes about experiences in her life, and I lived through it. So that's okay. So they both have left their men. So the best friend of hers end up divorcing that guy that she was with. Sarah divorces the ex of her friend. They move on. The life is the life. They're still friends to this end. So in other words, the men come and go sometimes, but the sisterhood lasts. They like Sarah said that the friends show up to the births of her kids, and now they're friends, single women out here living their lives, raising kids, being good women to each other. We love to hear it. Okay? I said, see, that's what I'm talking about. Cute story. But that song, Adia, is about how they mended their relationship. At that time, Sarah was still with that man, but she was talking about, that song was about how they end up, working it out. Another song, Possession, which is the early 90s hit from Fumbling Towards Ecstasy, which is one of my all-time favorite Sarah McLachlan songs. I live for that song. That song is everything. I just want to say that. That song is everything. The story behind that song is that she had a man who stalked her, an obsessive fan, a stan. That was before we had the word stan. But she had an obsessive stan who was obsessed with her. And basically he was sending her letters, these crazy ass letters, all these love letters, restraining order had to be sent, all this other stuff. Well, the man ends up killing himself. And this song is basically, she comes to grieving with this very traumatic experience in her life. She writes this song inspired by this experience. And some of the lyrics from the song are actual lines from the letter that he was writing her. And she's singing the song in the mindset of this very mentally delusional, possessive stan. And it's devastatingly breathtaking. It's hunting. It's evocative. It's all the things of a good song. So yeah, for those who've never heard Possession or want to hear it, understand the context behind the song. When I listen to that song again, I ain't never heard that song the same. It makes so much more sense, and I'm actually more enamored with it. The album Fumbling Towards Ecstasy is 30 years old. We were there for the 30th anniversary of this album. So granted, people in there, I say, look, baby, I'm 32, but that music, a music that hits like grits, hits like grits. Okay, it sticks like grits. It's sticky. It's infectious. It does what it needs to do. She makes, that's what timeless music sounds like. So I loved as you can tell, I had a good ass time. Some of y'all was shocked that I was there because I'm going to tell you where the blacks were, where the black gays were, where the black women were, because they didn't go to Sarah McLachlan, not because they weren't Sarah McLachlan fans. It's just that another icon was in Philly at the same damn time. I'm talking about Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson was the Wells Fargo Center on June 26th. I'm going to tell y'all why it was too much shit going on June 26th. You had, June 26th, you had the Pride White House event at the White House. Shout out to my good friend, my good bestie, Andre Carroll, soon to be state rep Andre Carroll. He was down there. I had got invited to the White House. I was supposed to go, but child, I wasn't missing Sarah. And if Sarah wasn't in town, I wasn't going to miss Janet. Sorry, Biden. Love you though. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Well, love Biden's administration. Biden, he all right. But Pride happened over there. The governor Governor Shapiro, who did not invite me. Word on the street is he didn't invite city council woman at large, Rue Landau. He didn't invite Andre Carroll, apparently. I'm trying to figure out who the hell he invited. What, Malcolm Kenyatta? Did he invite him? No, Malcolm Kenyatta wasn't there because Malcolm Kenyatta was at the White House too. I don't know who the hell was at the governor's mansion because all the gays in Philly that were out here popping was at the damn White House. I mean, everybody was there. Zach Wilker, all the girls was there at the White House for Pride. I don't know who went to the governor's mansion. I haven't seen no pictures. My good Judy Naima, nobody was there at the governor's mansion. I don't know why the governor thought. See, we're going to talk about him later, but he think he the president in his head. He think he going to be, he think he got that kind of clout. I don't know what he thought. You should have had that event on a Tuesday. You should have had that on the 25th. I don't know why you played yourself by having on the same day as the White House. Like the gays was not going to up and leave. Some people he didn't even invite, like I told you. I wasn't invited. Rolando wasn't invited. Andre Carroll wasn't invited. I don't know who the hell he had there, but we wasn't going anyway. White House had their party at the same time. Now, Janet. So let me tell you how I had fucked up, but in a way it worked out perfectly. So I got these Sarah McLachlan tickets, I want to say back in December. Like I got these like months ago, over 6 months ago. Like when I saw Sarah McLachlan, I said, ooh, what? Let me get them now. I did not play. I never looked at the date because I said, oh, it's going to be in June. It's going to be in June, sometime in June. I didn't even mentally put my head around it. In the spring, Janet came and I was like, oh my goodness, I got to get a hookup. I got to call all the stops. Worked it out, got these sweet tickets. Okay, a suite. Okay, and in that suite was an open bar, Shake Shack catered the motherfucker, fruit, salad, great seats, great little private situation, VIP all the motherfucking way. Okay, got 4 tickets. Now, initially, my mind was, oh, this could be a Lit Brother situation. I knew the concert was in June. My good bestie, my ride or die, my gal, okay, Jamarcus, I was like, this is going to be his birthday gift. I'm going to surprise him with this. We're going to all go. The boys are going to go. We're going to have a good old time. Janet's an icon. He's never seen Janet in concert before. I'm going to surprise my best friend. This is what we do. Last year, Renaissance tickets. This year, Janet tickets. Icons, legends only. I had this in my head book. And then I pull out my phone. I pull out my calendar. And this goddamn concert is at the same motherfucking time as Sarah McLachlan. I said, oh my God, what can I do? What is it going to do? I realized this pretty much like within a week. That's how, y'all, I don't know what I was doing. I don't know. I just did not believe in my head that these concerts would be at the same day. I just was like, oh no, it's going to be the day after. It's going to be on a Friday. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, long story short, I had to reassess. So Mr. Johnson is a huge Janet fan. Huge. He loves Janet. He got Janet vinyls, everything. I was like, okay, let me be a good husband. And the crazy part was, I didn't even tell him about the Janet tickets. I was just so, like, the plan was that I was going to surprise the boys. I said, let me call up Mr. Johnson. Surprise, baby, we got these tickets. He was excited. I said, look, there's 4 tickets. I got to do this strategically. He's going to have a friend. So he got his good Judy to go out with him. I said, okay, Josh was out for an event. Who was left? George, down, of course. Called Jamarcus. Jamarcus was hyped. It was set. I had got my suite covered because I'm an event. I had to be very thoughtful. I was like, who can I call? How can I make this work? But it worked. It worked. They was spoiled by our reason. I know they was lucky. They was shocked. They was shocked or whatever about it. They were just like, what? How can this, they was just, could you imagine having someone call you days on end and say, hey, you want to be in the suite for the see Janet? Like, I'm that kind of friend. You know what I'm saying? That's why I can't have no new friends, because unless they already lit, because new people want to be friends. Like, there's people, I ain't trying to be shady, but there's a lot of people have been popping up trying to be cool with me. I'm nice, I'm cordial, but I don't got no time for no new friends unless you already, like, you top tier. Unless it's like a Rihanna, like if Rihanna want to join my circle, shit, I'll join her circle. Like, the inquiry into Ernest Friendship University, the admission is very, very low. The mission rate is very low. We don't take that many people into the Friendship University anymore. Because what I feel like is I've been noticing it, and it's weird because it's not even like young folks around my age. It's like these grown ass people, folks in their like 50s and stuff. Oh, we sure hang out. No. And I'm not saying it to be ageist, because I feel like motherfuckers be out here, and I'm gonna keep 100. They be out here opportunists, clout chasing. They ain't trying to be my friend. Listen, I've been the same bitch for a minute. And if there was times that you wanted to hang out and be doing all that, you could have been did that a long time ago. No. Because you just be knowing. You be know, like people know. You got that gut instinct. We can tell when folks be trying to be mixy because you status climbing. And I get real funny with people like that. I've become very, I don't know, my self-awareness, the older I get, the antlers come up a little bit. When you done live life a little bit, you start to see patterns and you start to spot things. And you start to realize this person want to get on the train. This person want to get on the bandwagon. This person trying to, Because here's the thing, when I'm friends with people, I'm a friend. Like I really am an invested friend. I'm a good ass friend. Anybody say I'm a bad friend ain't lying. Anybody say I'm a bad friend ain't my friend. They weren't my friend. I ain't a bad friend. I will argue down anybody. Now, have I had bad friends? Absolutely. Yes, I've had bad friends. I've had trash ass friends. They're not my friends anymore. But clearly, I mean, me, always been a good friend. Always thinking, being considerate, being creative. Yes. But I just recognize that certain folks I've been seeing lately will do little things like, oh, we should hang out. Or when you're going down there, we should link up. No. I had this vacation. I had this event booked. I wasn't thinking of you. You know about to impede my plans. What we got in common? We're going to be the same place? Okay. Well, if I bump into you, hello, bye. I'm telling y'all how I feel. I know I'm a little blunt right now, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes, it just be to me people trying to be mixy. Like I have a birthday party, people like, where my invite? Where was my invite? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because see, that's how it goes. If you invite me to if you invite me to your party, you start feeling like I gotta invite you. That's why I be turning out some invitations on people. Cause some folks be wanting me to come to their shit because low key they want to come to my shit. And I'm a very reciprocal person. So my mindset is, ooh, if they invite me to a party, I should invite them to mine. But my mindset is that's a trap. Because some folks just want to pull in a network. I always tell people, do not go to people's birthdays that you're not friends with. That's a bar. But it's real though. If you're not friends with somebody, don't go to their birthday. Don't go to people's. I do not go to people's birthday parties I'm not friends with. I don't. I know that's a thing though. People love to go to people's parties, eat people's food. Not me. Not I. I'm very big on it because my mindset is that if you invite that person to your party, I mean, if they invite you to their party, they gonna expect you to go to theirs. And I'm not trying to be petty, but some people on the opportunist tip will easily invite you some stupid ass shindig because they know you about to do some top tier shit and they want to come and mix and mingle and be with the listen. And not just that, they want to be in your space to be in around your network. It's a lot of people doing some funky ass, fake ass shit. I've been through it. Where they not only are trying to be your friend, they're trying to really be in your network. And I've learned because people are mixy. They come in, they're like, oh yeah, I like him, but I'm really trying to get in. And I've even had friends who've had friends do that to them regarding me, where it was situations, and me and my friends have had these talks, we be knowing. But like, they'll do a thing where they say, oh, their friend, right, is their friend, right? But they'll be like, oh, you could bring your friend Ernest. And my friend be like, some of my friends be like, why, child, you don't even know him. But they be trying to bring me because they be trying to get it popping. And in the past, some of my friends didn't peep that shit. Then as we evolved, now they've recognized it. Like I had a homegirl who, there was this person they was dating at the time who was low-key obsessed with me. I feel like people be trying to be friends with my friends to try to slide their way the fuck in. Let me tell y'all right the fuck now. We be talking about all of y'all. And some of y'all listen, know who I'm talking about and know what I'm talking about. And it is what it is. But we be catching the shit. Because what they do is they do the little, I'm going to follow this friend and I'm going to get cool with this person out the blue. And then through there, try to bring their ass into the circle, into the mix. We see it, we catch it, we clock it. And it's not just even me. Sometimes it's my other friends. It'd be like, oh, you trying to, like I've had some straight dudes that will be being all cool with me, but low key, see, I have some cute friends and low key want to be around because I have a lot of cute homegirls. Absolutely the fuck not. You go alley your horny ass somewhere else. It's just a lot. It's a lot of that. And so I have been very observant. Very observant. I feel like this year, all the new friends that got entry to my shit that is not already in my mix is my frat brothers that are in my line. Let me be very clear. My line brothers, the men I crossed with, them are like another tier of brothers because we done put in some, we done been together. We done been through some things together. So them, yes, that's the new entry into Ernest Friendship University. But the rest of these people, all these other folks, I'm just, hi, thank you, I appreciate it. That's what I give. I just give that because it just, folks and boundaries, folks and boundaries, folks and boundaries. I be trying to tell people, boundaries. We're going to talk about boundaries later in this podcast episode because something went down this weekend. Some of y'all, been seeing on social, there's been a lot of debate, a lot of chatter about something I talked about. But as you can see, I got time today with this episode. I'm going to let it all rip on this episode. But listen, boundaries are important. Boundaries are important. We going to get into it, but boundaries are important. Yeah. So Mr. Johnson and friends had a really great Janet experience. I hear she ate. Nelly opened up the show. Where was Ashanti? I'm joking. Ashanti's about to have that baby very soon. But listen, Nelly opened up the show. It was given the 2000s up in there. Apparently Janet was killing it. The outfits were fabulous. I saw video clips. I said, wow, what a good time. What a good time. I know Janet will come back again. See, Sarah McLachlan, I don't know the next time she's coming back to the United States. She doesn't really do tours that often. She pops up with a tour. Now, she all up in Canada all day because she's Canadian. But North America, Sarah McLachlan don't really do that many North American tours. So this might be one of the few rare last times we might catch Sarah. I saw Sarah at Parks Casino like many years ago. I'm going to say in 2019, 2018 maybe. But it was a cute little stint. And I think she was doing some type of she was in town, but she doesn't really do that many tours. And this was like a full-fledged, show that I really enjoyed. But yeah, I mean, concerts galore. It's concert season. I done went to the Roots picnic. I did that. I did, Sarah. It's been a good time. So that's what I've been up to. Now let's get into it because we need to get this out the way. We need to talk about this debate. Everybody was like, what do you really think, Ernest? I didn't let y'all have it on social media because there's a lot of shit that's going on. So let's talk about this debate that was on CNN. Now y'all know I've been anticipating this debate throughout this entire season 6. I've been waiting for this moment, and we've been really getting ready for it, getting geared up. 43 million people watched it, which isn't that high apparently. Young people under 34, I'm 32, as y'all know. Not that many of us watched it. The millennials and the Gen Zers didn't watch it, child. But you boomers, that was y'all show. And y'all upper level Gen Xers, that was y'all time. This Xennial, stop saying Xennial. You're either millennial or a Gen Xer. All this Xennial shit, cut it out. Stop it. Cut it out. But yeah, my under 34 demo, baby, we was not there. We was not there. We were not in the room. Just saying, we was not in the room, child. This debate, I mean, what can I say? I mean, I have new things to say, and I have things to say that a lot of people ain't talking about because they're not in media. Because I got some tea to spill across the board. But let's keep it 100. It was a shit show, right? We knew it was a shit show. I was expecting to be a shit show. It wasn't a shit show that I thought it was going to be. It was a different type of shit show. To be honest, the debate was pretty boring. There were a couple of moments, but it was kind of boring. I mean, Trump was more tame in person. I mean, tame is an understatement. Tame as in he wasn't super combative at Biden. But of course, Trump is boring in the sense that he's doing the same shit he's always doing. And I want to be clear about that. Like, I don't know if I said this the last episode, but for me, Trump is just boring now. Dangerously boring, but boring in the fact that like he is just an old man yelling at the clouds, consistently talking about a bunch of nonsense, lying out of his teeth, like just a broken record, says the same crazy shit that is not rooted in any facts, consistently fear-mongering and just sounds like a piece of shit. Like, it's just the same. Except the difference is that he was very coherent. He was very clear in his fuckery. His lies were as clear and as eloquently and articulated as great. He articulated his lies and enunciated his lies very well. And he was just a well-oiled up, awake machine. Biden, on the other hand, most of what Biden said was truthful. Most of what Biden said was a lie. Trump said was a lie. Most of what Trump said was a lie. Most of what Biden said was the truth. Biden just delivery was just a lot. He had moments of pause. He definitely was forgetful at times. He definitely did not sound that good because he clearly was dealing with a cold, which you can tell in his voice that he was under the weather. Yes, he was at Camp David for several days practicing, but I do think to a certain extent, maybe he was in there practicing so much that he got tired. And it's very obvious that he's an old man. He's old. They both are old. This is a man, Trump is in his late 70s. Biden is in his early 80s. These are old men, okay? Biden's an old man that's also under the weather. And it's obvious that he's also just aging. It is what the fuck it is. And his presentation definitely was not his best. Now, I'm going to fast forward real quick because I am going to address some of the other things. The next day, however, at his rally, that man was fired up and ready to go. He sounded way more robust. He sounded way more energetic. And I just think he just had a sucky, crappy debate. Now, we're going to talk about some of the factors because there's so much to get there, but I just want to get on the basic levels here, right? You know, everybody want to talk about Trump, talk about black jobs. I don't have time to play with y'all. And I have no time to play anymore with the antics because some serious stuff is being said right now. We're in a very major inflection point in this election, and there's some major things being said that I don't have time to entertain the silly shit. Playtime is the fuck over. Black jobs, motherfucker, I don't know what that means, but baby, I have a job and I'm black. And I have a career, actually. I don't know what black job is, but I know what a black career is, something that I have. And as far as these black jobs, to be technical with it, y'all know what the fuck he meant too. Black folks, y'all know what he meant. He over here talking about the Hispanics. He talking about the immigrants, the illegals, quote unquote, taking black and Hispanic jobs. I'm confused. You done said Mexicans are rapists. You done claimed that undocumented people. Like, which one is it? Make it make sense. First of all, the jobs that is being allegedly taken or stolen, quote unquote, from quote unquote people are jobs that you're assuming that black and brown people was applying for. Because you know what kind of jobs that people are talking about. These people are not coming in working for big tech. They're not working for highly skilled jobs. They're working for labor jobs on field, done on farms, under the table, pay jobs. These are not even jobs that are quote unquote jobs that are actually eligible for one to apply for. Those are not jobs that, first of all, if you look at the farmers that are hiring them, that's American farmers that are making these decisions. Because they're not coming out on those fields working for free. So I'm confused. The farmers in the Deep South that are supporting Trump, but complaining about undocumented workers saying they're taking jobs, I'm just trying to figure out, aren't those the people that's working on those fields that you're hiring under the table? Wouldn't you argue that you like that kind of labor? Because somebody's hiring them. And it's not, I'm just saying, think about that logic. They're saying the Trumpers, right, that are working in the South, that's in the Deep South, a lot of them on the East Coast, these small business owners that are saying their jobs are being taken away. Look who's hiring them and paying them and not trying to pay American workers. Because, if you were so patriotic and you said that you don't want the jobs to be taken, wouldn't you just hire other people? Oh, okay. So that logic doesn't make sense. Because those are the jobs that you think black people are working at on fields? You think we're out there working? You think that those are jobs that we're only applying for? Those are jobs? We're not getting our jobs taken by nepotism and cronyism at the top? You mean the Fortune 500 company jobs? Because they're not taking those jobs. You mean the tenured professor jobs? The adjunct professor jobs, the tenure track professor jobs, the university president jobs. Because I mean, John Fry was the president of Drexel. Now he about to be president of Temple. He could just hop from school to school. I mean, I guess those are not black jobs. Okay, I digress. I just want to make that point because, I'm tired of that conversation. I'm tired of that misinformation just being said about, they taking our jobs. I don't think an undocumented individual has ever taken a job from me at all. I'm not threatened by people coming to this country looking for work. I'm not threatened. I'm not xenophobic. Ain't no one has taken a job from me. I think I've gotten jobs taken more away from me from American citizens than anybody who was undocumented. Let me just say that. And let me just also add that they weren't people of color taking those jobs either. Sometimes the problem is inside the room. Okay, like look closer, America. Who is taking the jobs, or who's giving the jobs away to be taken? I'm just saying, because it ain't us. Okay, it ain't undocumented people. It ain't black and brown people, baby. We're not the problem when it comes to this job economy issue. One moment we lazy, now our jobs getting taken away. Which one the fuck is it? Bullshit. That's what it is. But I just wanted to address that. And also, last but not least, before I get into the overall, Trump talking about people having abortions after the pregnancy. I'm sorry. Anyway, not going there. Just another example. Roe v. Wade last week. 2 years, it's been taken away. 2 years, it's been taken away. And we continue to see situations in Ohio and across the country where there's extensions being given for women to have reproductive rights. Get out of my face. There's been Trump-like bans. And this man is embracing the abortion bans now. He's now full throttle abortion. Women, I'm just saying, listen, folks out here who can have children, folks out here who care about reproductive rights, people that care about IVF, all that shit. Vote and stop playing. Stop playing with it. Stop playing with it. That's all I gotta say. All of that what he done said, enough. So let's get into the rest of this situation. There was immediately after the debate, somehow CNN, New York Times, and other media outlets, MSNBC, quickly began, because I'm going to tell y'all right now, stay the fuck woke. All of a sudden, there is op-eds immediately written. And there's already phone calls being made that says Biden should drop out. That political strategists are saying Biden should drop out. That quickly? After the debate? You mean the New York Times got op-eds already written? People are already quick to say he should drop out the race? His performance was the final straw? That suddenly people realize it's time for the Democratic Party to make a switch up? Yeah, I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'm going to call this is why people are struggling to trust the media. This is why people are struggling to trust journalists. This is a stunt. This is bullshit. And I'm calling it a spade a spade. As a journalist, I'm here to tell you that this is what I call media acting in desperation. And it's sad because I wish I could say it was the blogs this time, but it's not. This is a coordinated effort by media to, one, find a way to get clicks and reads. Because let's be clear, a lot of people was not really watching the debate, but this is desperation to draw a horse race. I always have noticed I've been calling this for a minute now, but it seems like media outlets, sadly, are desperate. Y'all are not buying subscriptions enough. Y'all are not watching enough. Y'all are reading alternative media outlets and reading alternative facts. You guys are not subscribing enough. You guys are not paying for clicks. Y'all are not doing what y'all need to do as consumers to support media companies, right? Including journalism media companies, right? And so now they're doing whatever they can to get some eyes on these damn articles, to get some people reading, to get some people listening to shit. And if everything is standard and they don't do anything that's crazy or spicy, something's going to go wrong, right? There is research that tells us that media companies benefit off of a Trump election win. The New York Times had their highest subscriptions in the Trump era. Cable news outlets, all of these outlets and sources benefited from a Trump presidency. The level of constant coverage, the leverage of money, the obsessiveness with coverage led them to go crazy. And it was because you all was reading the Trump craziness. The interesting thing is that we're in an interesting inflection point where I do think society has had Trump fatigue. I think we all are just over it. Like, it's at a point where Fox News don't even air Trump rallies fully. They cut off Trump rallies. When Trump rambles and starts talking crazy, they just cut him off now. Trump does not even give bang for buck at Fox News. Actually, Trump's lies led to them losing money, having major lawsuits. Tucker Carlson does not have a job because of Trump's lies, okay? Let's be very clear. Trump was fast and furious to the point where people who supported him lost money. So there's no benefit in Trump as much. But what is the benefit now? The benefit now is creating unexpected political chaos. There's been narratives that the media, quote unquote, is naturally liberal. I think the media reflects, it's not as liberal as we think it is. I think it's just a little bit more moderate than people would do. I think, honestly, media is more overall in sync with society. Like, I don't think there's too much of a major shift. I think that most of society supports gay marriage. So media embraces LGBTQ in pride like most Americans do. Most Americans are, support women's rights and are more focused in supporting women and more feminist slanting. Like, not complete total radical feminists. I am, but not everyone is. But they are often more believing of women, support women causes, support women's rights, right? And the media reflects more of that type of women empowerment in certain areas around coverage. This is not far from the norm. But what does well for media is covering extreme shit, right? Because what draws attention to things is when people do outlandish things. So when Trump first ran, and when Trump ran in 2020 for re-election, even the Trump presidency was a circus. There was a lot of attention whenever Trump did these crazy things. At this point, we're just kind of like, Trump is just like, we know what he's going to do. He's dangerous. He's a problem. We're fucking scared of him. We understand he's a problem, but we also are not amused or intrigued by him anymore. He's not intriguing. But what has become intriguing is lately conversations about presidential fitness, conversations that entertain issues on the left falling apart. So now the new excitement is, well, we already know Trump's a shit show, but let's entertain Biden as being a shit show. Let's entertain, Biden's declining age. Let's talk about Biden's age as if it's that different from Trump. Let's really obsess ourselves. We already know Trump is a nutcase. I can't cover, no one cares if there's an article about how many lies Trump said. No one cares how many times Trump may ramble in a rally speech. Like, no one expects anything less. But let's look at the Democrats. Let's look at Biden. Biden's not looking that good. Let's really hyper focus on anytime Biden misspeaks, because that's the real shocker, right? That's what this is about. So the new radical idea has been, everyone is saying, all of a sudden there's this heightened fake ass Democratic panic, which I'm going to call it a fake Democratic panic because it's bullshit. The fake panic of all of a sudden, political strategists woke up and just went, Biden has to go. That's bullshit, people. It's a lie. And what I don't appreciate about CNN and MSNBC is that at this point, name names or leave it on the playground. When I'm hearing Van Jones, who I don't trust, when I'm seeing all these people say, Democratic strategists are texting me, how many? And let me be very clear with this. How many? Who's going to do that? Who's going to... That's why they don't want me on American TV. Because if they had me on American cable right now, I will blow this shit up. My question would have been to them, how many? Who? Name names. Because if you really think you're saving democracy by telling Biden to drop out this race. I want to know who's saying it and how fast they were to run these headlines of we're hearing from sources. I'm willing to bet that it's 4 to 3 people or 5 people that called every station and ran up the narrative, right? And I bet you those operatives are people invested in trying to get certain people in the conversation. Now, I'm not saying any of these people, the candidates, I'm going to say, but like maybe folks that really want Gavin Newsom to come up behind the scenes. I'm not saying it's Gavin Newsom. Let me be very clear. Governor Gavin Newsom of California has made it very clear he's not getting this shit. He ain't doing that. But I can see operatives trying to stir the pot because this convention is in July. It's this month. It's coming up. The Republican convention is happening, and then we're going to have the Democratic, the DNC convention. So we got these big conventions coming up, and everybody's, trying to have something spicy. Because let's be clear, this is the driest ass election for a reason, or was, because you got 2 former presidents, 1 current president and former president. So both of these people have already served in the White House. We already know what they're going to do. I already know what Biden can do, and I already know what Trump going to do. And I got to decide between Trump and Biden. I'm sticking with Biden regardless, okay? I ain't playing these games. It was never Trump. It ain't never going to be Trump. Like, let's cut this out. But you have people, right, who, if it's boring like that, it's boring, right? Nobody wants to show up and see it. But let's also unpack something else about this Biden situation, right? I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but the polls have been showing Biden increasing in the polls. Like national polls have been trending in favor of Biden for the last several weeks. So Biden has been doing good. He's been improving. And you know why he's been improving? Because of those damn Trump convictions and everything else. But Biden has been moving and been going up in the polls. And so it's weird that all of a sudden, after the debate, there's this sudden epiphany of Democrats apparently saying that they want him to be gone. But I have to, this is why Ernestly Speaking matters. This is why I'm so happy that you're going to listen to this episode. You're going to share it to your friends. You're going to spread this word because this is the part that people are not paying attention to. And I think you all know where I'm about to go, but here we go. There's been polls saying 60% of Democrats want a replacement than Biden. Here's the fun fact. Before the debate, a majority of Democrats did not want Biden to be the actual presidential nominee. That's been the narrative. It's nothing new. Before and after the debate, people was not crazy about Biden being the nominee. However, the polls show then, as they currently do now, post-debate, that they're pretty much not going to change their decision on who they're voting for in the election if Biden and Trump are still in the race. Yeah. Oh, okay. So what that means is that while people are not hyper excited that Biden is the presidential nominee, they're still going to vote for him regardless. Because at the end of the day, that's who's the nominee. And Trump is not an option to them. Okay. Or as my girl Cardi B said, okay. Like, are we, like, are we, like, what are we doing here, people? So I need to unpack this whole narrative, right? Because it's been, the New York Times dropped like 3 to 4 op-eds on Friday. Editorial board. I've never seen them run this much goddamn paper for a non-violent offense. I ain't seen this much since the damn January 6th insurrections. Interesting, right? So everyone's saying Biden needs to do what's best for democracy and drop out the race for the sake of democracy. Okay, here's my issue with this whole rhetoric. So Democrats, this is why I struggle with y'all. Y'all are fake and flimsy. Y'all will turn on y'all own in a heartbeat. We're going to talk about turning our own in a minute with the Democrats. Y'all don't know nothing about no motherfucking loyalty. See, these Republicans, they loyal in they bullshit. I can respect that. I can respect loyalty. Not the bullshit, but the loyalty. They are riding with Trump till the motherfucking wheels fall off. the ones that are Republicans. Now, they rocking with Trump. They say that's our nominee. I don't care how many convictions, how many indictments. I don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck about none of that. That's what they say. They like, we riding with him. This man, Joe Biden, okay, is out here and they're over here talking about step down. Why the fuck should he leave? What's getting me is New York Times, the moment Trump was officially convicted, y'all should have wrote an editorial and said that Trump should get out the race because it's not becoming for a convicted felon for the crimes that he did. Okay, for the crimes that he did. Because I'm not talking about convicted felons across the board. I'm talking about convicted felon Donald Trump for the crimes that he did. Should not be the next president of the United States. And so where was the op-eds? I just want to understand, where were the op-eds demanding Trump drop out? Where was the Republican? You know what? That's right, because Republicans don't play those games. Where was the New York Times, though? Where was all these writers, these journalists that said that Trump should drop out this race? That the Republicans should go and get Nikki before it's too late for them? Where was those articles? Because Nikki Haley is still right the fuck there. Replace Nikki. Replace Trump for Nikki. Where's those arguments? Because that makes the fuck sense. Trump is old. He's a train wreck. He's a liar. He's a convicted felon. That is an embarrassment to what the Republicans are saying around law and order. This man did January 6th. This man should not even be a fucking candidate. Where was those op-eds? I just want to know. Everybody wants to know, well, don't you think it's time for Biden? Hold that thought. Where's those op-eds? Because to me, that's what we should be talking about. But let me give y'all the bad bitch response about all of this. Because if you really want to be buff, New York Times, if you really want to be buff, all of you ass reporters, what you should have did, if you're really about that life. See, they don't want me to do it. Because what I would have did, if we want to really be radical and make a good, we should have said after that debate, both parties should replace both of their candidates. Both of these people should be replaced. I mean, if you want to be idealistic, neither of them should be running for president. Because the country don't want a rematch between both of them. Look at the polls again, people, because ain't nobody talking about the real polls. The polls say that most Americans do not want to see a Biden and Trump rematch. Most Americans don't want to see neither one of these two run for president. Y'all asking the wrong questions. Y'all asking the wrong questions. The real answer is that both of them should drop out. We should replace both of them at the same damn time. That's the real proposal. That's the modest proposal. Both of them. When I saw that debate, both of them. People said one of them should be going to a nursing home, which is ageist. That's not appropriate, not okay. Another one should go to prison. That is okay. Send his ass to prison, okay? Both of them need to be taking the time out, is what I was hearing from black folks on Twitter, okay? I don't know who these other people is, but black folks was just like, I mean, there were two sides. I'm going to get to it. There's two sides. But the narrative was kind of like both of these people didn't look good at the debate. That's how I watched it. Biden just looked real tired and sleepy. And Trump just was just lying and overzealously lying. Both of them should go. However, what we not going to do is, if you ain't going to tell Trump to leave, Baby Joe can stay where he's at. Because at the end of the day, pick a draw, the one person that really ain't fit to be president in all fitness requirements is Trump. I will take slow and rusty and old over dusty, loud, and wrong. Okay? At least there's some competence. Y'all talking about, listen, so much. I have so many thoughts, as you can tell. But I'm just like, why is Biden being asked to go first? No. Trump, you go. And if Trump is staying, Biden needs to stay. I'm going to tell you why Biden needs to stay. Because unlike Hillary and everybody else, Biden's the only one who's beat Trump in a presidential election. And last time I checked, Biden was the motherfucking incumbent. And all I'm saying is that if you gonna tell an incumbent to drop out of a race against a motherfucker who lost to him, what the fuck are y'all doing? To me, spend less time trying to ask Biden to go and get the fucking campaign and get the party together. It's too much infighting in this damn party. We're going to talk about that in the next segment. But it's too much infighting with Democrats right now. That's y'all fucking problem. Y'all did this shit with Hillary and Bernie Sanders. We ain't doing this shit in 2024. Enough. Black voters, we tired. Black women voters, black gay voters, black men voters who show up and know what's right, we are tired. As the supreme, strongest super voters for Democrats, we are tired. White people, enough. Okay? A fucking enough. We are tired of y'all antics and y'all bullshit. Because we know y'all political strategists out here saying this shit. I don't know no black political strategists out here, real ones, because Van Jones don't fucking count. He's a clown that's out here telling Joe to go. Inconsiderate asses. Like, are y'all crazy? And let's talk about this whole argument on age. It's so funny that everybody talking about age. Oh, he's too old. He's too this. Some of y'all pastors are too old. Y'all ain't telling y'all pastors to get off the pulpit. Some of these professors with tenure is too motherfucking old. Some of these Supreme Court justices is too motherfucking old. Some of y'all need to tell some of them to step down. Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have left so Obama could have appointed somebody. We let that seat go. Some of these other people need to go. It's so funny how all of a sudden, Biden too old. Y'all ain't telling some of these city council members, some of these state reps, some of these senators. Senator Feinstein was there in her 90s and over there in California. Y'all didn't tell her to leave. It's just funny how we cherry pick who should go and when they should go. But all of a sudden we Democrats concerned about old people staying in office with Biden though, but y'all got all these damn Congress people and senators. Oh, okay. That's why I know this is cap. This ain't a Democratic move. This ain't no Democratic strategist planning to take Biden out the seat. They ain't doing that. They ain't doing that. That's just a bunch of folklore and a bunch of hot smoke. Because there's some people that got some devious plans. There's some people that got other agendas. They ain't got nothing to do with what the voters want. The voters, okay, and the primaries elected Biden. At the end of the day, if there really was people that really wanted to challenge him in the primaries. If y'all really felt like Biden wasn't that good enough, y'all should have challenged him in the primaries. Y'all didn't. The party wasn't behind it. Nobody wanted to step up and do it. If you felt like democracy's on the stake, let's keep it all the way 100. Let me go all the way back. Biden has been old. Y'all have seen these videos. Y'all done seen Biden's performance over the years. Biden's been old. Y'all can't tell me that one little debate made y'all realize how bad it was. Y'all are lying. Have y'all gone to rallies? Have y'all seen the rallies? Have y'all seen his clips at tapes? Now, I know there's some deep fakes out there that's been creating, some mixed information. But he's an old man. He's a senior citizen. He was a senior citizen when he ran. Trump's a senior citizen. Y'all knew what it was going to give. And the other part about Biden is y'all knew that any president that was going to beat Trump was going to try to do this for a full 8 years. There's been no president I can think of in U.S. history in modern times that did not try to run for re-election. He is the leader of the Democratic Party. He is the current leader of America. Why did y'all think he wasn't going to try to go again? And if he was, the next person technically that would have been in line was Vice President Kamala Harris. Oh, that's right. Y'all know this country will not elect a black woman right now for president. Not right now. Y'all knew that. Y'all knew with the setup that it was meant to be Biden, Kamala. And let's be clear. Biden not trying to run for president in 2016 because they wanted to just throw Hillary back in there. Let's keep it 100. He really should have did it then. But everybody told him, sit it out because it was Hillary's turn. No, that fucked up the progression of things, to be honest. I'm going to talk my shit now because it's real. The progression typically is in American history is that normally what happens is the president runs, then the vice president follows up, right? So we saw that happen with Reagan. George Herbert Walker Bush was the vice president for Reagan. And then what did Reagan do? When he was done, George Herbert Walker Bush ran, and he became president. Then what did he do? Try to run for re-election. But what happened? He lost. And then, okay, he lost. And then Bill Clinton got elected. And then what did Bill Clinton do? Bill Clinton ran, won, and then who vice president ran after him? Al Gore. Al Gore then did it. Then we had the Bush era. And when the Bush era was over, because the Bush era was so unpopular, right? You know, Dick Cheney didn't run. But you saw who did. John McCain against Obama. And then Obama, of course, won. We knew Al Gore, you know, we ain't gonna debate what happened with Al Gore, but Bush won, right? But you know, in this situation, you know, Obama had 8 years. Next up should have been Biden. Obama had a great 8 years. Biden should have ran then. But Hillary decided to do it again, even though Hillary had already lost in 2008 when she ran. Biden should have ran in 2016. That's what common sense is telling me. Biden should have ran in 2016. He should have ran then. And then he would have been out at the end of this year, which would have then laid the groundwork for maybe a Hillary. Who knows? Who could have been? Maybe Hillary should have been the VP under Biden. Who knows? But we would have probably been ready by then. Biden would have probably took us well. The pandemic could have happened. He would have been great during the pandemic. We would have been good. We would have been, and I think at that point, Biden would have been a little over it by the end. Because Biden's energy right now is giving he's done with the second term. It's not giving ready for a second term. It's giving done with the second term energy. That's what should have happened. But hindsight is, you know what it is. You know, retrospect is where it is. We didn't know what we didn't know. But that's really what should have happened. What I'm saying right now is we ain't about to make no switches. We need to go straight with Biden and rock this out. Because let me tell you hypothetically what happens at this point. One, if Biden drops out, he can't just pass it to Kamala. Kamala is trying to get the nomination for vice president. If Kamala moves to president, she would have to get the delegates to support her. Those delegates ain't supporting her. They have to completely get a new candidate. So that means Kamala can't move, because if Kamala moves, then they have to find a new vice presidential person. So y'all ain't even thought that shit. So Kamala needs to stay in VP, right? So then the next person is who's going to be the next person? Y'all mean tell me we're going to have to vet a brand new person who has not been tested through primaries. So we don't even know what voters would say if it was an open primary for a seat. We don't know nothing. They would have to look for a new candidate, and then we got to figure out who that candidate going to be. Is all the delegates going to unify behind a new candidate to replace Biden? Who's going to be that person? We don't fucking know. Are we ready? We don't fucking know. We have no clue. This person has not been vetted, and we're going to pick a new presidential candidate in a month? Absolutely the fuck not. It will cause chaos. It will cause more division within the party. The party then finally got behind Biden. It is what it is. Let the fuck go. Period. I don't give a fuck. I'm willing to bet you ain't going to see no elected Democrats out there talking about that by all these operatives, these listen, we ain't in it. Okay? I don't care. It's Biden. You going to do all this for Trump. Y'all scared of Trump that bad? My whole issue is, are y'all scared of Trump that bad? Because let me tell you something, and let me make it very clear for people who don't understand this. When you vote on November 5th for president, you're not voting for the president of the United States alone. You're voting for the president's cabinet, his administration, his ability to appoint Supreme Court justices. I don't care how delayed Biden is. I know that Biden would have never nominated an Amy Barrett Cohen. He would have never appointed, a Brett Kavanaugh. He would have never nominated Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court. Okay, he appoints Ketanji Jackson Browns, though. Okay, he would have given us more Justice Sotomayor's, though. Keegan's, he would have done more of that. And we wouldn't have these Supreme Court issues. See, it's the lopness for me. Friday was the most annoying cognitive dissonance lesson I ever experienced in my life. You got people that is literally online saying two things at the same time. They're watching the Supreme Court justice decisions unfold, And they're like, oh my God, this Republican Supreme Court justice is just terrible. This is terrible. And then you have these same wannabe progressives saying, guys, I'm just sitting out this election. I don't know how I feel about Biden being in office. That's how Trump got elected in office. That kind of talk is how Trump got elected in 2016. And that's how we got those Supreme Court justices in while you all are crying and whining. It's very obvious how obtuse people should be. And I'm going to be real mean right now, but I just got to be. Some people y'all follow on social media for political commentary and thoughts are just regular people who have no education, no knowledge about politics whatsoever, and they're just talking out the side of their ass and their mouth, and honestly are not people that really should give you any foresight. I literally got a major in communications with a concentration in political science. I almost could have been, I was initially a poli-sci major that converted into communications, but with a focus on politics. I do this for a living. I know this too fucking well. Trust me when I tell you that everybody that you all are just picking up and retweeting and sharing, I just yell at the TV. I just yell sometimes. I just say, what the fuck? Okay, because these people don't know what they're talking about. They don't know history. They don't know anything about elections. They know nothing about polling. They don't understand how to analyze data and research. It's time for smart people to tap in the room. Tap, tap, I'm in the motherfucking room, okay? I'm just at this point where I'm just, it's just people. Sometimes I say, not everybody should get a platform, y'all. Not everybody should get a podcast mic, y'all. Not everybody should be on Twitter expressing their thoughts. I know that sounds undemocratic, but sometimes I'm just like, why are we sharing the same air if you're going to talk this dumb? Why do you think you can sit with me in the same room if you're going to speak this fucking shallow? I just don't understand. And sometimes I just don't. Every voice does not matter, y'all. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. Every voice is not. Informed voices do. Dumb voices don't. Woefully ignorant voices don't. I'm sorry. Woefully ignorant voices. There are people that purposely are obtuse because they think it makes them sound profound. And there are people that choose to look left when the right side is right there. And I just feel like sometimes these conversations that are half-assed, that are intellectually dishonest, have no place in public discourse around politics. Politics impacts people's livelihoods, y'all. It's the difference between life and death. It's the difference between a woman having the right to choose. It's the difference between LGBTQ people getting the right to marry and have rights as human beings. It's the difference between affirmative action being taken off their books. Like, I don't play with this shit. I'm not about to entertain devil's advocate on shit that don't make sense. It's not fun. Politics is serious business. It is not a fun time right now. It is a serious time right now because serious issues are on the table. And I don't have time to entertain fuckery. And neither should you. Neither should you read a random person's tweet and say, oh my goodness, Ernest, what do you think? Don't ask me it no more. I'm not responding. I'm not. Don't do this. I heard. If you don't got a name on it, I don't care. We naming names or we leave it on the playground. And when it comes to politics, it's, well, I'm hearing, who you hearing it from? The milkman? Who matters? Because if you're not going to name names, I don't give a fuck. You're not a journalist. You don't get to say off the record. You don't get to be like, oh, this source, who the fuck? Go away. Because these people don't matter. And you know what I also think? I think what we're seeing is that confirmation bias is real. People like to lean on folks that say things that they believe, but they lean on those people to say those things. There are some folks in this Democratic Party that personally don't want Biden to run. I get it. And so they hide behind sources and all these people to try to push the ideas they have, right? And you know it's bullshit because when the person says the thing and they're quoting, quote unquote, a person, and you start poking holes, watch how they get defensive as if they're the spokesperson for that person. Oh, you know why? Because they are. When I hear people talk about, I'm talking to these white folks, that's talking about Trump folks, and this, that, and this is how they feel, it's like, okay, well, here's why that person's full of shit. And when they start being, well, this person probably meant, wait a minute, why you defend that person? Why do you care? Why are you so defensive about this, quote unquote, this source? Oh, okay. All right. All right. That's how my take is. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Because that's the bullshit. Because people don't feel comfortable saying how they really feel. You know why? Because they know how they feel is bullshit. And they're just struggling with the fuckery. I ain't falling for that. There's some people that are trying to capitalize off this debate for one last shot to try to force Biden to drop. It's not happening. He's not doing it. He ain't moved. This debate didn't move. First of all, for education purposes, because I want to be very clear about these political operatives when I know bullshit when I see it. The political operatives, if they are educated operatives, they know. First of all, we know that political debates do not actually have no material impact on voters. That's the first thing. Anybody who watched the debate or was not going to watch the debate was not going to change their perspective on the candidates either way. I was watching some of these focus groups. And the focus groups were like, they thought Trump won the debate because of his appearance. But when you ask them if they were going to vote for Trump, the folks that said Trump won the debate also said they was not going to vote for him. History tells us that debates do not have no material impact on how voters show up to the polls. I believe that. Research in history also has told us that most Americans, the rest of the 320 something odd folks that did not watch that debate on Thursday night, most Americans will not be glued into this election until about the last 6 weeks out. Are you surprised? Yeah. Right now, the only people that are hyper focused on this election are hyper intuitive voters. These are the people that are just highly watching the news and reading up on election. Most Americans are working. They're on vacation. They're down the shore. They don't have no time for politics right now because right now the election is not here today. So they're checked out. They're not really giving a fuck until, the end of September, October. October is election month. That is when people give a fuck about the election. Okay? October. October is when people that are your friends and your family members, right, that you've been bugging about, they're going to be the ones that's going to say to you, so tell me a little bit about Biden again. What did Biden do again? They're going to vote for Biden, but they're going to ask you questions. That's when folks are going to be like, oh, I didn't know Trump did all that. And you're going to be like, where the fuck have you been? They've been working, people. The working class is not watching debates. The working class was at their night shifts, y'all. They were not watching debate at 9 o'clock, y'all. They were working night shifts. They were getting ready to go out on their summer vacation. Some of them just said, fuck it, debate. I'll watch the other debate. I'll see this later. They're not caring. First of all, this is one of the earliest debates in American history. Most debates do not run in the summertime. They don't. They don't run in the summertime. Most people do not watch political debates in the summer. Most of the time, debates, like there might be primary debates, but presidential debates between two nominees, like the actual nominees, those debates don't air in the summer. Most people was watching the primary debates that Trump had because primary debates are a little bit more interesting because you want to get a feel for who these candidates are. But when you get to presidential nominees, most people do not watch those debates until the fall. This is one of the earliest 2-on-2 debates. Fun fact. Second interesting fact that people don't know. Historically, most incumbent presidents do not do well in the first debate. Period. Because oftentimes they have to deal with a person, whether they were a president or not a president, that's going to challenge everything they did the past 4 years. So when Biden said on Twitter, if when I'm reelected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade, people were like, I'm confused. Why can't you do that right now? You're the president. Why can't you restore Roe v. Wade right now? That's the shit that goes on, right? Presidents, incumbents can't win because anything that's wrong in the country, the challenger is going to blame them for it. Even if, in this case, Trump's policies led to the inflation that we have today, right? Trump gave these big major tax cuts, but they came and influenced high inflation that we have today, right? So it's a weird thing between them, right? Because there's hypocrisy, right? Trump likes to say, oh, these jobs are jobs coming back from the pandemic, because of what I did. But it's like, well, wait a minute, how can you take credit for this, but you can't take credit? That's a sticky situation. But normally incumbents just do not do well during the first debate. A textbook example of this was in 2012 with President Obama, then President Obama versus Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney beat him the first debate. But that second debate, Obama was back. And Obama was very coherent. Obama, but Romney just, was sharp too. Then were the days when both presidential candidates were candidates you can live with. I can't live with a Trump presidency again. I can't do this. Like, this can't happen. That's just where we were at. We all thought Romney getting elected was going to be the end of the world, but not really. We just didn't want him to be elected. But we never would have envisioned where we are today. Because the nightmare that we had of Trump's first 4 years, that could very much be the reality again. Because like I tell people before, if you're worried about Biden but not thinking about the entire administration, to me, that's the reality. Like, I'm not voting for just Biden. I'm voting for that administration. I'm enthusiastic about this goddamn administration. I'm enthusiastic about these ticket down votes. That's where I'm at with it. Everybody wants to talk about Biden's Biden. I mean, if you think Biden is the only person running the country, then you don't know government. I'm sorry, you don't know basic government. There's three branches of government. There's separations of power. There's accountability metrics. There's judicial, executive, and legislative. Like, we have all these different levels of governmental structures in place. Checks and balances, people. Like, I need y'all to go back to civics. We need to bring back civics to classrooms, and we need to give adults a rebrush. Because that's why we vote for presidents, because they have the influence to influence the rest of the administration and powers that be. I can't have a Trump presidency. I don't care how, whatever. I just can't. And Biden, to me, is what it is going to be. That's just what it is. Look and listen. If he does not, heaven forbids, make it and live through these next 4 years, the administration will still be in good hands with a sensible Democrat in office. No matter how you flip Trump, if Trump so happens to get old and deals with health issues that leads to him to pass away, that next VP under him is basically a 2.0. And that person is going to be young enough and bright and fresh that they might try to run for a more set of years, because they'll be eligible to run for another set of years. Just saying. Just saying. No matter how you spin it, Biden's the best option. That's just the answer. And I'm not about to entertain no replacing shit. Y'all don't even know enough about government to even understand how to replace Biden. You don't even know how tedious and how stressful that process would be. You don't even know enough to talk about this stuff. People just out here entertaining shit. So the New York Times, New York Times is so funny because y'all got issues diversifying y'all newsroom. Y'all got issues dealing with the fuckery of y'all own, the people y'all hiring y'all staffing team. Y'all need to make some replacements over there. We ain't talking about no replacements now. Some of y'all out here talking about replacements. We need to replace editors and chiefs. We might need to, replace certain editorial boards. How about that? Want to talk about replacements? What AI say? Allen Iverson, practice. We talking about practice. That's how I feel about some of these conversations. Replacing. We talking about replacing. I just, the priorities, people, I just had to get that off my chest because I'm so tired. I am. I'm so tired of these stunts. And it's not the public's fault because media is just being really irresponsible. Mainstream media, journalism. There's a lot of media irresponsibility right now. And it's really irking me and stressing me out to a certain point. Like, it's just disappointing. It's just very disappointing Because, again, everybody knew what Biden brought to the table. We all knew Biden was aging. We all knew Biden was forgetting things. We all knew this. And so if people was trying to protect the democracy, the calls should have been made a while back. But they weren't, because this right here is not even happening. Black voters across the board are not moving on their support for Biden. They're not. They're not moving on their support for Biden. Like, I talk to people I just, talk to random folks and engage. And what I hear is the same I've been hearing. Yeah, Biden's not the best, but damn it, that's what we got. We stick it beside him regardless. If you want to change something, the 2020 primaries was the year to change something. We didn't. Even, it's so fair, everybody talking about Biden's age. Y'all knew how old Biden was going to be when he finished his term. We knew. We knew this day was going to come. Y'all knew it. So the fake, I'm shocked, it was heartbreaking to watch. Lies. There no actual political strategist or operative who actually been observing Biden's performance over the past several months, in the past year, can sit up here and act like they didn't expect this to take place. Choices were made. But I just want y'all to know the Democratic panic that we're experiencing right now this summer is going to go away. After July 4th, this shit will die down. They will go to the DNC. Biden will get better. Biden is definitely going to rest the fuck up. Okay? Because he needs to take some more sleep. Biden's don't definitely, take it easy. Democrats are going to get more on the ground. And if they were smart, rather than try to get Biden out, get Biden to give people something. Listen, Biden can do some stuff right now to wake people up. If Biden cancels student debt, he ain't going to do that. But like if he did right now, people will be like, Sleepy who? Okay? If Biden got real serious about canceling some student debt, Biden to make it rain. Okay? Cut some checks. Do some major election shit. The campaign demands and the platform can be more progressive. I don't know. There's a lot of opportunities right now. Call some people up. Get some new people to run the cabinet. Like, there's some opportunities right now that Biden can do to change his narrative. And I think he might. So stay tuned in the next couple of weeks and months leading up to election and notice if there's going to be some massive change. I feel like something's on the horizon because he's got to take this attention off of this. And I think he will. And I think that's what's going to end up happening, hopefully, is that there's going to be some reconsiderations. And that's what I personally predict. I predict there's going to be some change, some policy changes, some immediate actions. I mean, notice how the conversation on ceasefire still is happening, but notice how there's starting to be a little bit more, there's some conversation to calm that down, because that got to get addressed before we get into the fall. That has to get settled. But there's going to be some other things I predict that's going to start being addressed to calm some nerves. Because if he can do that, then it's going to take a lot of people attention off of his age. It's always going to be a factor. I mean, it is going to be a factor, but I don't think that it's the nail in the coffin. And I think that a lot of these publications that went very heavy on that, watch how they experience some backlash. Because to call for Biden to drop out this race before asking Trump to was just completely reckless. And like I said, the real answer, the real bold thing would have been is to direct both parties to get both of their candidates out. I would have been fascinated by that. Wasn't going to happen, but what a fascinating take that would have been. But that didn't happen. So, there we go. I'm not going to talk too much about the Supreme Court rulings. Homeless people, it's now a crime to be homeless and be out in public spaces, sleeping in public spaces. Supreme Court ruled on that. The Supreme Court is just basically taking away presidential power or major regulations. The Chevron, Act that we've had since the 1980s. The policies that allow presidents to really get involved with environmental issues and manufacturing issues, that's been taken away, which is going to be a wonderful thing for conservatives and corporations. Yeah, this is horrible for us regular people. They're scaling back on environmental protections and other regulations. Government can't take, presidents cannot do immediate actions to enforce. So now companies can just run around here and fuck up the environment and fuck up things. Congratulations, Supreme Court, you played yourself. Of course, Supreme Court basically has made it harder for rioters, right? For people trying to really punish rioters. Yep, that's happening based on technicality crimes. I mean, one could argue different thoughts. I'm not really going to get all into that. But basically, there's more thorough provisions around what the rioters did. I mean, what some of them did. Can they, there has to be some clear, direct evidence of them doing crimes rather than just being at June 6th. Like being at June 6th does not automatically make them susceptible to criminal behavior automatically. Now, I think that's some bullshit, but Contingency, Justice Contingency Jackson Brown. I'm trying to get the names right here. Basically, she agreed with the Republicans, the conservatives. But then, interesting enough, Justice Amy Berry Cohen did not either. She got on the other side of the issue. And I thought that was wild. I was like, oh, so she sided with the women. The rest of the women didn't, but I thought that was, interesting. Amy Coney Barrett. I try not to say her name because but Amy Coney Barrett sided with the liberal women on the bench outside of course, Justice Jackson. I think the issue here, and again, I'm not defending this shit, but I do understand the point, is that the decision was more so focused that you need to provide more evidence before you criminalize folks. So yes, if you're at a riot or if you're at a protest, like it was a protest, became, your presence there does not automatically make you a criminal unless you were seen damaging property, seen, doing the things. Just being present there does not make you per se a criminal, is what the argument is. And I don't know if it's more so, okay, was the people that was at the Trump rally portion, okay, but the people who were inside the Capitol building, okay, they were inside. Does that automatically make them arrested if they didn't do the damage or they just were there protest? Like there's a line there. And it seems like it's just going to take a little bit more evidence to get some people. But just being present apparently is not enough. I mean, it's subjective. I see it both ways, but I guess. One decision that does not come out yet is a Supreme Court decision regarding whether or not Trump has presidential immunity. The Supreme Court has a deadline. That has not been shared yet. Part of me feels like they're prolonging this on purpose to prolong the trial. The Supreme Court took up the issue. They had enough time to reach a decision. Where's the decision? Listen, I know they leaked Roe v. Wade. Can somebody leak that and let us know right now? Prepare us. It's real quiet on that front. Because that, to me, is crucial. I mean, these other decisions are horrible. I mean, this decision around Chevron Act is scary, right? But why don't we know that decision yet? Why haven't the Supreme Court ruled on that yet? Because they have to. They have to actually rule on it. And the fact that they haven't has been a red flag. Big red flag. Stay woke. Stay woke on that. So moving along, Jamal Bowman former congressman, but soon to be former congressman, Jamal Bowman lost his race. That was the race we was talking about. He's the member of the squad. The first member of the squad to lose his seat. I mean, $14.5 million came from pro-Israel lobbyists. AIPAC, put a lot of money. Their PAC put a lot of money to take Jamal Bowman down. They successfully did it. $20 million is what's being said was spent in this congressional race, one of the most expensive races. All this money to take out another Democrat out of a seat. All this money for a primary race. And there were Democrats. Many of them let it happen. And this he's about to go to a 71-year-old man. I'm thinking before I talk because I need to make sure these words come out very clear. I will say this and I will explain further. Democrats, you cannot use the weapons of the oppressor to get any level of retribution and justice for your own. It does not work. Democrats, this is why folks are so politically disengaged. Young people are. Because you will tell us about dark money and problematic money influencing races, about big campaign money going in congressional races and races that unseat people. You will talk about the evils of that money. But then you don't talk about how you're getting that money from the same well that will support Republicans and help them defeat Democrats. The same well of money that is pretty much money that does not have an allegiance to Democrats or Republicans. They have allegiance to their own agenda. And that's scary because big money in politics like that tells us that if it can help you today, but it will hurt you and kill you tomorrow. And this is the issue with Democrats is that while they are so cavalier on talking about how Trump is getting funded and where this money is going, some of that money is going to support y'all issues, right? So you moderates can fight your little fights against progressives, right? So you moderates can hurt other Democrats because this is infighting within the Democratic Party. Oh yes, you all are using the weapons that have hurt you all holistically and politically to now hurt others in your own party. Congratulations, you played yourself. Regardless of how you feel about Jamal Bowman, he was a Democrat that voted the right way. Yes, his antics could be a little bit annoying. He had sideshow moments, of course. He, definitely did not, understand and read his district. I will never argue that. He did not read the room very well. But to be real with you all, the distance between them was 17 points. Why did that money need to be used? I honestly think Jamal Bowman would have lost without all that money coming from being required. I think that the redistricting and the difference of his district, he's now the last congressperson from New York City of color. He's the last of color congressman right now representing New York. His place was the Bronx, South Bronx. He had the Bronx, and he had another portion that was New York State. He's the last one. All the people now that are currently Congress people that represent New York is non-black. We've lost black congressional members in New York City. I mean, Mondesir snake, I backstab, I turned over, did a 180. Jones won his primary, compromised all the way. Hopefully he wins. In the general, maybe. We'll have two black gay Congress people, Richie Torres and Mondesir Jones. Both of them are at this point trash. I don't like Richie Torres and I don't like Montessor Jones anymore. What a disappointment. What a flip flop. What a disappointment. Richie Torres is just a talking puppet child. He's just a clown. I mean, again, the gang up on Jamal Bowman during the primary from people like Richie and others it was just ugly. It was just ugly. And it was excessive. It didn't have to go down that way. Yeah, he wasn't, he was not the best candidate. I mean, if they wanted to run somebody, cool. He loses his seat, fine, whatever. But the way that they went and the amount of money that went in this race, that don't sit well with me. It's a concern, and it will bite the Democrats in the ass eventually. Because at the end of the day, when you got money like that, I mean, I just think about all that money. And I'm just thinking to myself, look at these groups. I'm like, why you didn't put this money? There's so many other places you could have put this money in if you was really trying to be on the right side of history. But the obsession to completely exterminate this black man in his seat, like at this level, you would have swore he was Marjorie Taylor Greene, who got reelected, by the way. Lauren Boebert, who relocated to keep her seat, she also got reelected. I mean, it's interesting that, there's other people that could have just been wiped out of a race, but nope. And this is supposed to be bipartisan money. Why is this bipartisan money not going to support Democrats in those primary races? Interesting. Not a fan. Looks weird. So more tea. So there's been a lot of chatter. There's been a lot of chatter in these local Philly streets. Lots has been going on in Philly, as you can imagine. But one of the things I've been hearing tea about is Working Families Party, child, in Philly. The tea is hot. Now, there's going to be some major shakeups. Okay, I'm going to say this. This is a Ernestly Speaking podcast episode exclusive. I'm not going to post it on social media. I'm not going to post it anywhere. I'm going to leak it here. Because sometimes you just got to leak shit just to know who's listening. I don't know who's listening based on if this gets out. It's going to get out. I don't want to. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all now. Working Families Party, the tea is hot. Working Families Party, I heard, is endorsing Joe Biden for president. Yes, Working Families Party, third party, baby. They are endorsing Joe Biden for president. Yes, Joe Biden. I know. What? Yes. It's coming later on this month in July. The Working Families Party, WFP, is endorsing Joe Biden for president. And they just recently endorsed Eugene DePasquale for Attorney General, AG. Now, Eugene DePasquale is the one who ran against Keir Bradford Gray. Sources are telling me, and listen, I know y'all don't want to hear sources say, but I y'all know my tea is real because my shit is real, and y'all know I ain't lying because the tea is out there. But Eugene DePasquale and Keir Bradford Gray, they're goodies. They've been getting along lately, and it's been interesting to see her partner up with him at things. There was a big old community gathering at a church / funeral home or something last week. There was a WFP endorsement meeting that was apparently had with Eugene DePasquale, that same day. Seems like there's some inter-party workings with the Working Families Party. I mean, let's be clear, he's a Democrat, but apparently there's some unifying in Pennsylvania. And Working Family Party is endorsing Biden. But let me tell you, the tea is hot because who are they falling out with? The Democratic Socialists of America, DSA. Working Family Party and them are having some fallout because DSA is just radical, child. They're not endorsing AOC behind all this Palestine and Gaza conflict. They are definitely not supporting Biden, but they're getting mad at Working Families Party for doing so. But let me be very clear. The Working Families, state committee has members from various different sectors. One of the big ones is SEIU. I think Unite Here. A couple of these very political based groups or whatever are a part. You know who's not a part of WFP's coalition in terms of state committees? Reclaim, um, DSA. They're not a part of the Working Families Party, um, you know, state committees. They're not a part of it. People think they oftentimes they will just, support the same types of candidates. So when you look at certain political slates, certain relationships they have, you'll see if a person gets a Working Family Party endorsement, they will get a Reclaim endorsement. Sometimes they'll get a DSA endorsement, not always, but there will always be like some type of correlation between Reclaim endorsed candidates and Working Family Party candidates, especially if these are new candidates that are going through the cycle. But that's not always the case. And I think what we're going to see, I think, in the next couple of years is there's going to be a break from some of these relationships. I mean, this major endorsement that I'm talking about coming down the pipeline is going to create some interesting breaks and separations within these political coalitions. I think the progressives are learning some things. I think they are. I think some of them are waking up and being more pragmatic. They know they can achieve better, and I think they can. But I also think they're recognizing that with what's going on in the world right now, and especially going in the country politically, they're just not. They're now becoming like a very interesting minority fraction in a larger conversation. Like I feel like there was a time where the progressive movement, I mean, when the squad officially was coming through, that I want to say like in 2020, honestly, after Hillary's loss, there was that rise of when Trump got elected, they benefited off of the Trump regime because that was when people were fed up and they wanted change. And I think people were really upset with the Democrats. They was like, okay, the Democrats, the moderates are sucking and we need to we need to get something radical and different to really fight for our issues. And I think they did. Everybody got really big on supporting new, bolder, fresher faces and diverse faces. And in some ways that was good. But what ends up happening is these people go into government and they're not really like strategic, right? They say the right things, but they don't know how to legislate that well. They don't understand how to work and compromise. And I think voters who voted for them were never as extremely progressive as them, but voted for them thinking that, okay, these individuals have some bigger ideas, but of course they're going to come with the polish and the presentation to be able to navigate and maneuver, except they're just going to be a little bit more aggressive to make sure that we get what we want. They didn't come in there with the legislative etiquette that would have allowed them to succeed. And so there was some disappointments and some shortfalls from a lot of it. And a lot of the progressives that did get elected come with the little energy of they was talking big shit, they was complaining about what was wrong in the world, and they were doing all that, but they didn't really have the ability to legislate. And I think there was some issues there. And I think that when Biden got elected, I think there was a moment of a whiplash because then moderates had a surge again because people said, okay, well, maybe we want progressives, we still kind of do, but they're not ready to take the country over and lead the way we need them to. So let's kind of put some moderates in that we do like and we do know can do the job and kind of wiggle it through. So then moderates made a little comeback. Moderates are still on that comeback. I think moderates are going to be on that comeback for a minute because what we're seeing on these bigger issues, like the issue with the Middle East that's going on with, Palestine and Gaza and all of that's happening over there. It's a human crisis. And I think most Americans, sadly, when you look at these poll numbers, most Americans support the Israeli government, support Israel. Like I think they want a ceasefire, but they don't necessarily have the same level of contempt for the Israeli government as, progressives largely do. I think the reason why is because some of what I don't want to say the hypocrisy, but some of the some of the reckonings are, because I've had these conversations with, you know, friends that are older, different groups of voters, and, you know, folks that are not in my age demographic, because I think younger people are more, you know, empathetic to the Palestinian cause. I am, you know, I don't think that the way that this, I don't even want to call it a war. I think it's intellectually dishonest to call it a war, because a war would imply that the Palestinians are not in war with Israel. Hamas is at war with Israel. But who is being bombed are Palestinians in Gaza specifically, but they are being the ones paying the price for a war that they're not participating in. Because to paint a broad stroke and frame Hamas as Palestinians is acting like this is a war that both sides are fighting. That's not the case. There's a terrorist operation that's bigger than Palestine, that's operating beyond the scope of Gaza, that is doing these attacks on Israel, and Israel is taking, the Israeli government is taking a lot of the energy towards innocent civilians. I would argue that more innocent people have died behind this war that Israel has with Hamas than actual terrorists. The amount of terrorists that are dying compared to the amount of innocent lives dying behind this. And so it's very fucked up. It's very fucked up. It's messed up. But I think to the larger argument around United States, you know, giving weapons to Israel, all of that, the hypocrisy comes in is that a lot of these individual Americans and people who are much older look at it this way. They said, well, look at the United States. If the United States had somebody do a terrorist attack, we want to blow the whole area out. That's always been the American way, and you don't see too many people having that level of concern for other folks in those areas at the same way in which they're empathizing. Now that's kind of fucked up of an ideology, but here's the interesting correlations, even if they're misguided. Someone was saying, well, look at September 11th. When September 11th happened, the United States government went full throttle at Al Qaeda, went after Afghanistan, even went at Iran, but really at Iraq, right? You know, Iraq had the issues. They went after them, you know, got into war. Lots of innocent people died. A lot of this all because of one lie about weapons of mass destruction, but all because of one incident that happened in September 11th. That little incident to us is a national crisis. We will never forget 9/11, right? But some people say, well, people should never have to forget what happened in October in Israel. That for them, that was a terrorist attack. They could never, that disrupted their peace, and that there's been, you know, hostages. There's been all kind of issues since then. And why can't they not go at them the same way that they want to say America went at these other countries? A lot of that framing is misguided, but the sentiment is there, is that if America gets a terrorist attack, we saw Pearl Harbor, and then look how the World War II ended, right? Atomic bombs was dropped for an incident that happened at Pearl Harbor. So some people have found it hypocritical that a country like America, who's had, you know, a few terrorist attacks happen here domestically, that if anything like that would happen to us, the reaction would be bomb everything, war everything. But then other countries like Israel, when they have these experiences, you know, we want to slap them down and tell them to cease fire and do it immediately and don't do all this. I think, again, that's the broader argument from that side. If you want to understand why there are people who are not 100% gung-ho on calling for Palestinian land to go back to Palestinians, not asking for an immediate ceasefire that stops America funding the war between Hamas and Israel, let's be clear, this is the attitudes that a lot of older people have about this. I don't share those views, clearly, but that is the sentiment. Now, my generation, specifically myself, I'm sick of wars in general. I'm sick of over the amount of military budgets we have, all of that. But people will say, yeah, but when it happens to your family, or when you experience a traumatic experience like 9/11, or October 8th, right? When you have experience like that, are you going to have that same attitude? That's the sentiment. So, with understanding the current political climate that we have, a lot of Americans, voters, are not, they're not plugged in to a lot of the progressive ideas and thoughts that this movement has had. And so politically, there is almost like there needs to be either a recalibration, a refocusing of this issue, a recaliber of this, a reconfiguration of how this works moving forward, because the current way isn't working. The current progressive electoral movement is not working. The progressive movement is still strong. That's clear. But the progressive electoral movement is failing right now. A squad member is down. A lot of reasons that was going to happen had nothing to do with AIPAC money. It had a lot to do with the fact that this candidate was already vulnerable based on their own behavior. And so there is moves being made from progressive coalitions to get a little bit more strategic and thoughtful about what they're doing. Even if you look at Philadelphia, right? I can tell you why Cindy Bass, who is not liked that much by her constituents, she lost by 400 votes and she's an incumbent. She won her race by 400 votes, a slim margin. I'm looking at her situation and it's obvious that her constituents are not feeling her. She's very vulnerable when she runs for re-election, if she decides to run for re-election. There is a progressive movement that is pushing, but the victories are not being secured. And I think part of it is with some of these candidates. Seth Oberman Anderson, who is now at Reclaim, he's at Reclaim. He ran as a Democrat, even though he was a Working Family Party's backed candidate. This is a man who was in a very black district, and did not really identify as a black man on the campaign trail. There were flyers that called him a black organizer, but it was very seldom that you would hear him at campaign rallies or events saying, as a black man. A lot of people did not even at district knew he was black. Do you know that? I don't even think a lot of people knew that. A lot of people did not know that Seth Anderson Oberman in his district was black. That man is married to a black woman, a darker black woman. She's a dark black woman. He has children, black children. This is a black man. I think he might be interracial or mixed or whatever, but he is black. He does identify as a black man. He is black. Problem is that he never really identified out loud. And people did not believe he was. And then he was out here campaigning and there was rhetoric around identify as a socialist and these things. And it's like, bruh, one thing about black people, you cannot say the word communist or socialist. Ain't that, and not in a black crowd, it just do something to us. We just be like, huh? Even though, let's be clear, black people understanding socialist ideals and things, that is different. Understanding ideals and philosophy is different from the label. And so they have a label problem. They lean into these labels, and we got to stop. Sometimes these labels get people in trouble. I just want I just want progressive candidates. Sometimes maybe the word progressive ain't the word to use sometimes, because even I get annoyed with black, I get annoyed. I'm going to name names. I get annoyed with some of these black Democrats, like people like Jordan Harris. I get annoyed with him. I get annoyed with Darisha Parker. Some of these state reps that like to, I get annoyed with Cindy Bass. I sometimes get annoyed with Anthony Hardy Williams. I get annoyed with some of these elected black Democrats that get caught up in this whole progressive shit, acting like these ain't black people issues or black people. They do ride that wave sometimes of really ignoring that the issues and causes that the progressive movement is speaking about is good for black communities and do represent our ideals. Now, who is the candidate might be this debatable, right? But they fall for the trap of shitting on progressives' ideas or progressives But really what they want to say is white liberals or white progressives, because I would argue that white progressives, when it comes to some of these politics in black communities, they're the problem. Their messaging is wrong. They're running the wrong candidates. They're too busy in black people's business, and they could be wrong, right? The Bernie bros were and are annoying as fuck. And so we got to be clear to name a name. You don't got an issue with the progressive movement. You have an issue with white progressives. White progressives is not the only voice of the progressive movement. Just like Democrats, right? People can say they're annoyed with white Democrats. Shit. But black Democrats in Philadelphia has created their own identity to make themselves known. Maybe there needs to be a stronger black progressive presence in these local movements, maybe. I don't know. But something is off. And the big thing for me was with Seth Oberman Anderson was that when he ran and lost by 400 votes, the 17th ward in his councilmatic district, that councilmatic district that Cindy Bass is operating on, the 17th ward is a black ward. That's a very black ward. Andre Carroll is a member of that ward. He's going to be the soon state rep. That's a very black ward in that district. The fact that he did not win one division in that very black ward told me everything I need to know about what was wrong. You are a black candidate and you did not win one division in the blackest ward in that district. The messaging, something's wrong. And so I've been looking at what Working Family Party is doing on the PA level, on the Pennsylvania level. There's been some changes in staff. There's been some different conversations being had. There's been people reaching out. And I'm liking it. I'm liking what I'm seeing. But they got to be smart. Leave this Almond Brown race alone. Leave Almond Brown's district alone. Leave District 10 alone. I'm in West Philly. Leave him alone. Let him breathe a little bit. Y'all got to leave that alone. Because for whatever reason, the messaging is off. So I think they're doing some new things. Endorsing Biden is interesting. It's a good first step because people are worried about how are progressives. If Working Families Party can get young voters and progressives interested in voting for Biden because they understand voting for Biden will help further along their ability to be elected in other areas, there's an opportunity here. But spaces like DSA, I don't know, because it just seems like they just want to go in and shake the table, flip the table, burn the house down. Well, if you want to be an anarchist, just be an anarchist. But don't act like you're trying to be interested in electoral politics. I got to tell people that sometimes. People be out here anarchists and shit and anti this. And I get it. You want to be critical of the government? Fine, okay? But if that's who you are, stop trying to act like you give a fuck about electoral politics. Stop trying to get in electoral politics. Because electoral politics requires compromise, requires a level of negotiation, and everybody's not going to get 100% what they want. And if you don't want if it's not your way to highway on everything and you're that kind of person, then don't get involved in electoral politics. It's simple. Like, I don't understand DSA's purpose if their mentality is every single person that don't do every little thing they like, they turn on them. Well, then what the fuck do you want? You don't want an elected official. You want a sycophant. And I feel like when you look at both sides of the political aisle, you have extremists on both sides. Far left extremists that just don't really want to do government at all. And far right extremists that don't want to do government at all either. Like, y'all want something else. Y'all don't want the government. Y'all don't want democracy. Y'all want something else that y'all believe. There are people that don't believe in American democracy. They believe in a complete, communist takeover that will somehow be equitable in a good way, that they love communism. They think that's the way to do it. And they think if it was done right, it will work. Fuck out of here. No one's doing that shit. Sorry. It's just not happening. Like, America is not going to turn into a communist, country that's going to operate the right way. It's not fucking happening. Get over that shit now. But also, we don't want this country to be ran a dictatorship. We don't want to go back into some type of, imperialistic structure with a king. That's why we broke away from Great Britain. Or not we, because I didn't leave. It wasn't my people. It was white folks. That's why them white folks that came over here didn't let the Great Britain. They don't want to be under a monarchy in the United States. So we don't do monarchies and we don't do fucking communist traps. We don't do that. We're not trying to be China and we're not trying to be fucking England. That's just how it works. We don't want that. So what we're trying to do here is something a little different. And, for all this shits and giggles, American democracy is a lot more feasible than the other options on the table. Nothing's perfect, but I can't do kings. I can't do dictatorships. I can't do a communist fascist world. I can't do fascism and I can't do communism. I can't. And I'm black. And I'm sick and tired of all these groups talking about we working for multicultural working families party. Well, who the fuck is running y'all working families party? Get into the leadership and get into the messaging. Get into it. Because there's too many people talking about they found behalf of something, but the people that's leading these charges are not coming from these experiences, and the messaging sucks, and the way that y'all talking to black people and black and brown communities do not work. Everybody needs to go back to the drawing board and recalibrate. And I think that's what Working Family Party is trying to do. So you heard it here first. That's what the tea is on the street. And, you know, if you're a journalist listening and you heard it here first, cite your sources. But it's happening. So, moving along. You know, there's been a lot of conversation around Josh Shapiro versus Wes Moore. You know, I've had my fair share talking about it already. You know, Shapiro is, you know, doing some new thing. A proposal he dropped last week. I think it's supposed to help senior citizens. It's a cute little proposal or whatever. But it's nothing compared to what Wes Moore did to actually, you know, help a lot of innocent people that was impacted by horrible cannabis laws. Yeah, not the same. But, you know, he's still trucking along. You know, they're just always, you know, it's so obvious he wants to be the president at this point. And we're going to have to deal with this shit for the next fucking 4 years. Whatever. You know, it's just so cringy sometimes. Sometimes, you know, it's just, the only time people care is when they want to run for office, right? But we'll see. And Wes Moore is being Wes Moore. Wes Moore's out here doing his thing, you know, making appearances on MSNBC. You know, everybody's trying to shut, you know, Shapiro is as well, making appearances on cable news, shutting down all these conversations. I mean, they're doing the work. You know, they got to get behind Biden. We can all agree on that. But I wonder if there's a part of them sitting back somewhere where all this talk about replacement, they looking like, but it ain't happening. Want to now take this moment of time because, you know, I know Joe was listening to this special season finale. I'm already jumping the gun, am I? But one of the things that I want to talk about is this big bombshell article that came out. I've been talking about this for a minute and I wanted you all to get into it. And, you know, it's a lot of stuff, but I was right. I just want to say I'm right. I just want to start off by saying I was right. And what was I right about? I was right about this. There is a report out that came out that basically came out this past week confirming that right-wingers, right, are spreading misinformation to black voters through podcasts and influencers. This new report is highlighting how the far right is spreading propaganda through often overlooked channels. Now, this is on the MSNBC blog. It's called the Readout blog, which is with Joy Reid. You know, we're gonna share some tea on her. It seems like she done seen the light. But this author there, Jahan Jones, wrote this great report. He didn't write the report, he did the story on it. But basically this report came out last week that shows that the far right is invested in spreading misinformation to black voters. And they're doing it through popular social media influencers, through social media and podcasts. You know, now for several years, Jahan, myself, other journalists like us have been consistently talking about how these popular black news outlets, influencers, and blogs have been used to spread this far right propaganda and misinformation. You know, and pretty much this report came out that really do sum it up. So NBC News did this summary of it and said basically that at least 40 million Americans, quote, may be regularly targeted and fed disinformation within black online spaces by a host of sources across social media, fueling false information around the election, according to a new report published Tuesday. This was last Tuesday. Touted as the first deep dive into understanding disinformation targeting Black America, the report, published by Onyx Impact, a nonprofit organization working to combat disinformation within the Black community, identified half a dozen core online networks reaching or targeting Black Americans online with false and misleading narratives. Okay? The report is highlighting extremists, okay, and other misinformation peddlers that are using these outlets and influencers popular among the Black community to spread far-right claims and indoctrinate audiences with a conservative worldview. It's talking about gateway influencers and platforms. Let me tell you who they're naming. Are you surprised? I'm about to name them. The Shade Room. Dum, dum, dum. The Breakfast Club. Pretends to be shocked. The Influencer, 19 Keys. The Joe Budden Podcast. The Stephen A. Smith Show. And the podcast, Earn Your Leisure. You heard that, Joe? Let me say it again. Earn Your Leisure. So several of these podcasts, okay, have been targeted by extremists. They have promoted misleading or bigoted views. What I say, y'all, now there's research, as my good friend Dr. Park say. There's a research. The data is there. The Onyx Impact Group then put this report out. You can go find it. You can go look it up. But I'm here on this podcast to tell you, watch out. And let me tell y'all how I know this is true. Well, I already knew it was true, but let's just be clear. Last week, I went viral on the Shade Room because the Shade Room posted an image of Amber Rose because they've been talking about Amber Rose going mega. And for whatever reason, they keep consistently sharing whatever the fuck Amber Rose has to say about Trump. And it's like, first of all, Amber Rose is irrelevant. Like, there's nothing relevant about Amber Rose. When they first announced that she was mega, it was like, okay, cool. But now, every single time Amber Rose wears a MAGA hat or a Trump hat or take a picture, they immediately screenshot it, take a picture, and then share it out to their over 40 million followers and do the whole, Amber Rose out here stumping for Trump. Like, why do we care? Why do we got to see this? What's the point, right? Clearly something's going on here. So I did this long post. And I stood 10 toes down on it because this was very important to me. And I wrote this post under them, and it got 17,000 likes on the Shade. I commented under the Amber Rose post, and it got 17,000 likes. Okay? It was going toe-to-toe with the number of likes that she had gotten on that page. I said, quote, "The fact that the Shade Room continues to platform certain people for engagement tells you that they're not for the culture nor trying to inform at this point. It continues to play into divisive online behavior, disinformation, and political division. It's an election year, and it's capitalizing off the misinformed in ways that's harmful and counterproductive. What a damn waste of a platform. What an embarrassment to Black media. All these damn followers, and yet this is the trash that continues to get amplified. What a damn waste." That's what I wrote. For 12 hours, that post lasted, got 17,000 likes. The Shade Room deliberately deleted my comment off of their post because clearly it was creating shockwaves. Thank goodness screenshots exist, and I screenshot my shit. And thank God for this report coming out this week because I was able to correlate that even before that report came out, even before I had read the report, I was already saying this. And I've said this for several episodes. And now I just want you all to disengage. I understand that some of you all follow the Shade Room for laughs and giggles, but stay the fuck woke when it comes to politics with them. Earn Your Leisure, the Joe Budden Podcast, unsubscribe, the Shade Room, what the fuck, the Stephen A. Smith Show. I knew that it was getting really weird. Like, why did Stephen A. Smith all of a sudden turn? Let me tell you what these platforms are doing. They're getting money. They're getting incentivized financially The Shade Room is not a news outlet, even though it presents itself as one, right? But that's how they do it, right? They say we're not journalists, so we're not liable. Oh, motherfucker, you have a responsibility, and we're not hearing this shit no more. I'm so sick of tired of motherfuckers acting like journalists, but not actually being journalists, right? They cosplay as journalists, and so many of you all, even though you think you're smart, right, say, "Oh, Ernestly is talking about." They're indoctrinating you with all kinds of fucked up analogies and information on finance. They are a problem. I knew they were a problem. I tried to tell you are a problem. And goddamn it, $1 million worth of game, all of them, they're all the same. They're just not relevant enough to be in this report. But these are all podcasts and outlets that are pushing some really messed up ideas and entertaining some really bigoted ideas. Conversation around gender, sexuality, information about immigrants. I mean, all this narrative about immigration taking jobs and all this other shit. Stop it. Stop feeding your mind with that pollution. Cut it out. It's not good anymore. All this Joe Budden, well, he may not. No. It's enough. Because you keep saying, I need smart people to stop playing with riffraff. Everybody want to be smart, but everybody still want to entertain riffraff. And I mean riffraff in information attainment. Now, listen, people say, well, you watch Baddies. Baddies is reality TV. I know what the fuck Baddies is. I'm not going there to listen. And they're not educating politics. But you all want to play with these podcasts and want to listen to their voices on these issues. You listen to that shit enough and you start getting those ideas. That's how indoctrination works. My podcast is meant to indoctrinate you all to have some fucking common sense. I'm a journalist on purpose. I'm a journalist because I want to influence and inform minds to make good decisions. What's the point of having a podcast if your goal is not to inform people? What's the point? Why would you listen to a homophobe and a bigot all fucking day? Why would you listen to misogynists and sexists all day and think that shit's not going to rub? Oh, it's entertainment. No, it's not. There's a reason. I need smart people to stop acting like you can do both. You can't. Nobody can. Nobody can. We got to stop thinking that when it comes to information, because entertainment's entertainment. Like Sexy Red is a fucking entertainment. She's on a stage. She's a joke. She's a good time. Listen to her. That's entertainment. We understand artists and musicians. I don't expect for rappers and all these people to be political advocates. When they are, they're great. There is a separation. I will say that. However, when it comes to platforms that are having conversations, discourse, dialogue about politics, health, the world, society, I'm sorry, but you gotta get it from smart sources. You gotta get it from credible people. If you got people out here giving therapeutic advice and they're not a therapist, no. If you got people out here that want to be sociologists and give out this information, but they have had no critical work in the field, the answer is no. And people are getting mad and calling it elitist. No, it's called being smart. And if being smart to you means being elitist, then that's a problem. It's a problem. See, we didn't got in these a conflation. We think telling people to get informed, educated advice on their health, their body, and their politics is somehow being elitist to people that want to give it. No, fucking no. Wop, 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 wop. That's how I feel about it. No. We got to start putting boundaries on this shit. Levels to this shit. You want somebody looking at your vagina that's not a gynecologist? You know, do you want somebody that's not a gynecologist? Do you want that? Do you want somebody, giving you prescription drugs and they're not a pharmacist? Do you or is that elitist? Because that's what y'all sound like when it comes to these issues. Oh, well, so you mean to tell me I can't prescribe, drugs because I don't have a license in medicine? Yes, that's what I mean. Well, that's elitist of you. How come people with degrees in pharmacy are the only ones that can give you medicine? I think that's elitist. Because I know somebody who knows something about medicine and they can tell you a thing or two without being a doctor. Well, guess what, motherfucker? I don't want that kind of advice. I need to go to my doctor. I need to go to a pharmacist. I need to go to a therapist that's licensed. I need people that practice. What you mean I can't be your lawyer because I don't have a law degree and I didn't practice, I didn't pass the bar? That's elitist of you. No, I actually need a lawyer who actually knows the law and licensed to practice. I can't just have you determine my livelihood based off the fact that you're passionate about the issue. That's how you all say. That's what it sounds like, right? What you mean? You don't want to get no political opinions by me because I don't actually read polls and I actually don't engage myself in politics on a regular basis. Yeah, because what you're telling me, I don't know if it's true or not. You might be getting paid for by a political camp or team, and you're not disclosing the information. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. You know that these podcast folks, because they don't use the word they're journalists, you know that they could be, getting their information paid from anyway. Like an actual journalist, right, cannot be paid by a political campaign to inform you. That's unethical. You can't call yourself a journalist if you're doing that, right? As a journalist, I can tell you that I'm not getting paid by political campaigns to tell you this information. This podcast is not being paid by anyone to push any propaganda. This is an unbossed podcast. You are subscribers. I don't charge you all, because if I charged you all, then you might be thinking you're customers. And then, customers think they can dictate what the fuck you say. I purposely do not charge people to listen to my podcast because I don't want you all trying to dictate what the fuck I say as a subscriber. Then what you do, so you tell me, oh, I don't like this podcast, unsubscribe, and then you don't give me money. Then I feel like I'm hell-bent on money to determine what I perform. I do enough things for money enough. This podcast is not one of them. Interesting. Exactly. I'm not going to charge listeners because if I want this to be accessible to you, then I have to make sure that when I'm telling you, you should have to pay. In a perfect world, I wish that we didn't charge people for the truth. I wish that people didn't have to pay subscriptions for the truth. I wish people didn't have to pay money to get actual facts. We're in a society where the reason why some people are not getting news from newspapers is because there's online, there's stuff. I just wish that it didn't have to be that way, because there's so much ignorance going out for free because the money's being paid from other people. That's the scam of it all. People say, well, why is it so hard to get journalism? Because I see paywalls up. And a lot of people are not in the financial predicament to invest. Some people don't believe in paying for a subscription to several newspapers and magazines to get information. It's kind of sad, right? And the reality is that these podcasts, some of these podcasts, right? These misinformation blogs and stuff, they follow those pages because those pages are free, right? And so then what happens is that they'll invest their energy in something that's free. I just want us to just make more information accessible. I mean, there are tons of blogs and outlets, media outlets and news sites that are good for you, right? I think that, following an MSNBC blog, when it comes to just the journalist reporting, can be helpful. The TV channel, not so much. It's interesting how news sites are different from their cable. So like MSNBC's website is very good with information, like good reporting and good reported news. NBC News outlets like that, of course, ABC News, whatever, but the TV program, right, the channel is very different from the actual news outlet outside the channel. Like when they have all those pundits and things, it can get slippery there clearly, but it's very different in a different way when it comes to that. Just wanted to put that out there. But I just want y'all to know that these sites are not our friends. Stay woke. Stay woke. Moving along, nepo babies. Everybody want to talk about LeBron, Bronny James, all that's going on with the fact that he's a draft pick. He's going to be playing basketball with his father. Everybody's like, oh, how do you feel about nepo babies in that regard? Honestly, so there's my personal side and there's my overall side, and they're not aligned here, right? I'll say this. I don't mind nepotism if the nepotism matches the talent. There are some cases where if I'm Michael Jackson, this is back in the day, and I wanted to bring my sister Janet on my tour, and Janet was dancing her ass off and killing it on stage, well, yeah, why not? If I was Beyonce and I want to bring Solange with me, and Solange's killer albums, her great music, right? She wanted to come on tour to open up with her great music, her great album. A Seat Table is phenomenal. And she wanted to do Cranes in the Sky. Why not? Because she is a good singer. And she's a good artist. Solange is a great artist. I wouldn't be against that. The thing about LeBron James' son, he's not ready for the NBA. He's not ready. Um, he's not a bad player, but I don't think he's talent wise is up to par to play right now. Maybe if he had a little bit of time, but I just feel like, yeah. And the thing is that he is getting into the league because of his father. Like, it's obvious. If LeBron James was not his father, Bronny would not be, getting into the league right now at this point in his career, his time, right? We know that. So it's not the, it's just not, it's like, took a slot from somebody who probably was more talented. Sucks, right? I hear people online, though, get up in arms and are just like, saying, oh, he looked out for his son. He created a legacy, blah, 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 blah. Oh, my God. It's the black man who want to be white man so bad. Child, I just be like, nepotism is still annoying if it's not done. It just, it's still, I mean, if the son was talented, fine. I'm for nepotism if you're helping out a talented member get through. If the person is going to earn their keeps. I just don't think Bronny's going to earn his keeps like that. I don't know. So it's just like, But then I also want to say worse things have happened. I mean, let's be real. I mean, NBA, okay, whatever. It's not the worst form of nepotism. I mean, it's not like you're passing on seats, political office seats to family members who are not as qualified, It's not like you're passing seats down the family tree or family dynasty of politics, right? Impacting people's lives. NBA, Hollywood, Kevin Costner put one of his kids in his movies. Okay, fine. It's a movie that he's producing himself. It's his fucking movie. It's his money. If he want to create a legacy for his kids, let him do it. They talk about Blue Ivy getting a legacy because she gets to be at her mom's concert. Well, goddamn it, it's Beyonce's fucking show. Okay, it's a Beyonce show. It's not like Kim Kardashian putting her daughter in the Lion King film, Lion King stage performance where that took a role away from somebody. She didn't fund that shit, and yet her daughter gets to be in it just because of that's the shit that people be talking about. But if Beyonce wants to have a show and have her very talented daughter who could dance her ass off, dance at the concert, that's her shit. See, I'm okay when people are doing nepotism in their own grounds. If you want to produce the set and put your kid on and create a family legacy and bond, I'm all for it. I think sometimes I'm a little iffy about it when people are doing it in other terrains, especially if the person does not have the talent that justifies it. That's my thoughts on it. Worse things have happened. That's all I'm saying. It's just not priority to me. It's just, to me, it's not. And some of the people, again, I just want to tell my black brothers, some of y'all be going so hard for billionaires and rich people. And I just want y'all to just, listen. Y'all see yourselves in them a little too much. And y'all think that what y'all doing for y'all kids is what he did. I just want us to, listen, it's good to have confidence, but don't be delusional. That's all I'm going to say. You're not LeBron James, and what you do for your child is not what LeBron is doing for his child. That's a different lifestyle. It's a different game, baby. It's not the same. Just don't stop this. Stop comparing yourselves to billionaires. Just stop. And we still ain't forgot what you've been doing out here, LeBron, when it comes to this Tory Lanez love and how you always on the wrong side of history. But I'm going to let you be great. Moving along. So this week's Ask Ernest is quite fun. It's kind of two things that kind of got warped in some, but y'all had these questions and they paralleled. But it was about an IG thread I did, but then also this conversation about what happened to me. But I'm gonna wrap it up because I'm gonna wrap up the summary because I want to tell these two experiences and put it in perspective. But basically, people was asking about my reiteration of boundaries lately. Asking about, what, you seem to be talking a lot about how you set boundaries and things. And I kind of talked about that early in this episode. And this is a long episode because I'm giving y'all, good old grand, season 6 finale before we get to season 7. But I want to talk about that a little bit more, unpack that, because some of y'all might saw the IG story, and then some of y'all might have seen my post about an incident that happened this weekend. So where do I go? I'll start with one and then I'll move to other because I make that make sense. So there is this writer in Black Voice on social media I like. His name is Frederick. He goes by, we call him Fred affectionately, but he is a big voice. He's a big voice. He's had a lot of supporters and a lot of great voices that really have followed him, and a lot of people have, been engaging with him and listening to some of his perspectives, and he's been doing some good stuff, and it's been fun to watch his career. He's written some great books, some New York Times bestsellers, um, and he's just have been very vocal about social issues. So his name is Frederick Joseph. He goes by Fred T. Joseph on Instagram. Has over 200,000 followers. He was a big voice on Twitter. He's just done a lot of big things. And recently he made a post and said it's about time for some goodbyes. And I really appreciated it. He basically talked about how since 2020, he talked about how recently there's been a lot of people that will get in his ear, a lot of white followers. He's got a lot of followers. I mean, 200,000 on Instagram. He's got a lot of followers, and he's been going through a lot because he's been speaking against, the Israeli government and their role in what he has called, and what me has called as a genocide in Palestine, right? And he's spoken out a lot, and a lot of his white followers have had these mixed responses, been very combative in his comments, have really been going after folks who's been in his comments speaking out against, what's going on over there, and just in other things, and people being like they're disappointed and they're going to unfollow him, and just a lot of white entitlement, pretty much. And this has been going on for several months with him. And there's been some blacklisting of sorts around certain stuff that he's done. He's still been able to maintain support, but it's just been all kind of nastiness from a lot of white liberals, largely, right? We're not talking about far left conservatives. Far right conservatives, far left conservatives. Interesting, Freudian slip. But basically, white liberals specifically, that have been just up in arms about some of his takes and some of the stuff he's been saying. And so he makes this really good point in this post, and it's a video on his reel. And he talks about how, like, during 2020, during the racial uprisings, there was a lot of white folks that had this newfound awakening. And I've talked about this too. But in 2020, they followed all of these black, voices and pages and writers and things and all this stuff, and got real connected to it. But the truth of the matter is that they really weren't, and we say, and I'm going to say, these white folks was not really invested in really doing the learning. They really weren't invested in really changing their minds and perspectives. What they really wanted was to just have this proximity to black voices because of the fact of social clout and capital. There was an interest in, okay, I need to know more about black people and how they think so I can be a better business owner. I need to be more involved and be more connected with black voices so I can understand how to navigate. And while, to a certain extent, there's an understanding of like, okay, yes, being a better person. But these people weren't trying to be better people. They're more invested in being better business people. So they wanted to be around black people to be better at whatever the fuck they was doing on a capitalistic tip. And so, to a certain extent, they were following a lot of the conversation around white privilege because they already knew some of that shit already. Let's be clear. They didn't wake up one day and learn this shit. They've been new about white privilege. So they were learning the things. But then as time began to progress, a lot of the conversations got even more, radical and more uncomfortable. Conversations about, gentrification and taking up space, and conversations about genocide, imperialism, and international global issues, and all kinds of things that started to get them uncomfortable. And so they began to not want to listen or learn, but fight back. And then they began to do the thing that white folks do, which is begin to tell black and brown people how ungrateful they are, and throw up all of the things that they did for us Negroes. Oh, yes. I bought your book. I follow your page. I can't believe you said this, because capitalism and transactional capitalism is white people's liberals' favorite thing to do. right? They love to talk about what they done bought for you. And they thought that the thing they bought or the thing they gave you, or that I invited you to my house, I did these things, and I can't believe you're doing this, because they're transactional, because they buy their way into things, because they book club their way into things. They idolize you and kiss your ass, and they think that by doing that, you're not going to tell them they're bad. You're not going to tell them you need to get your shit together. You're not going to tell them that, you know what, you did those things, but you still need to do better, because they're in this mindset that they can buy their way and cry their way through these issues. And so poor Frederick, because I do empathize with Fred, right? He's got a lot of issues, a lot of attacks, and a lot of unfair attacks for his positions, and just speaking his truth. And so he's at a point where he's like, I'm not here for y'all. If you don't like what I got to say, unfollow me now. Don't follow this page. I'm not changing who the fuck I am. If that means you don't subscribe, you don't subscribe. And let me keep it 100. All of you all are my followers, is what he said. But the book sales, y'all ain't all buyers of my book. Like, if you want to sustain me, right, you'll buy my book. You'll buy whatever I'm selling. You'll buy the things, right? You'll fund the thing, right? But you all just doing a follow is thinking you're a supporter. A supporter really isn't just a person that just follows you. That's not a supporter. And white people love to do that. Oh, I've been following you for a long time. Motherfucker, follow my Instagram page don't mean shit to me. Are you buying my books? Are you booking me for speaking engagements that are giving me money? Are you paying for consultation? Are you actually funding my livelihood? No. Just following my page and reading my articles for free doesn't really make me money. But he was making the same point. And he was saying that, but people think that if they follow you or like what you do, that somehow them choosing not to follow you is going to change your, no, it don't actually. That's the brutal truth. If you don't listen to this podcast anymore, it's fine. It's okay. It doesn't make me lose money. You don't pay for this. You don't read my articles no more. Okay, cool. Right, because that's what we got to tell people, because people done forgot. And that sounds so mean, Ernest. Oh, you're telling your supporters, because if you really support Black voices, if you really support these types of radical perspectives, then you will let them exist. You will listen, you will understand, you will engage respectfully. You won't try to either silence or manipulate. You don't try to do transaction. You don't do that. If you don't want it, you don't want it. But there's a lot of white people who don't stop there. They go through other hurdles, right? They go through the hurdles of, oh, I'm going to try to get this person blacklisted. I'm trying to, do other things that's suppressive to a person that is doing this radical work, right? That kind of shit. Then the whiteness comes out. Then Karen enters the chat. Karen never left. Maybe Karen was just putting on makeup because it was cute to be cosplaying, right? Because no one turns into a Karen if they're not already a Karen. Karens are not reinvented. They're born. Okay? And the reality is that, like having some type of infectious disease, white supremacy is a disease that white people have that they have to forever, if they're intentionally trying to get better, they will have to continue to do the proper things to withstand that. It's like taking the medication to suppress your white supremacy. Because it shows up in the entitlement. It shows up in the overcrowding and proximity, the entitlement to space, the personal slightings. I have had white friends over the years that I'm no longer friends with anymore because of these issues, these boundaries. And I've had stalkers. I've had people that become obsessive. I've had people that didn't read the memo or felt entitled or invaded space. I've had crazy folks in my life. Crazy white people, yes. Lots. I've had them. And I've had to send cease and desist letters. I've had to have my lawyer, I've had to do a lot of things. I'll just leave it there. And that was when I was in the Fred position. But I had to brother to brother, let people, Black creatives like Fred and others. I got to tell y'all some things that I learned early on doing it on a lower level, on a micro level, right? Because I will say this, all money's not good money. I've learned that, and I don't take everybody's money. 2, Anytime white people offer something, I don't just go up and take it. I make it very clear what the lines are, what the boundaries are, what it is, and be very clear about that. I don't just go out and just take, because when you do that, people think they own you. They do. Everything I do when I deal with white people is very clear. It's unfortunate we gotta live in that world, but I'm very transparent. Here's what I'm doing. Here's what I can do. Here's what I'm not going to do. And here's what I'm not going to put up with. I just gotta be that way, because I've been in some very traumatic experiences with white institutions, white people, and the white supremacy that encompasses that. And I've had to learn in those experiences to be very, some people say trust but verify, but look, but don't touch. Observe. Network, but don't congregate. You're just understanding the boundaries, because I've been in situations where you want to just assume, oh, allies, oh, this, oh, that, oh. And you get in these situations with some of these people, and then they get mad about one little thing. They have a disagreement, and they will turn. They will turn. They will turn, and they will be your worst nightmare. Been there, seen it, been through it. And I'm telling you, I've been through those battles, and I've learned. I've learned very, very early, thank God, that when I interact with these people in these spaces, I'm mindful. I'm very mindful. I'm very mindful. I'm very mindful. Because people can love you and be a fan and then turn into the worst evil enemy. And the flipping is interesting. How quickly the flip is. I've seen it. I see how white people do other black people, and that tells me how they will do me. I look, I be like, oh, okay. I've seen it. And when you see it, you learn. And I don't think we as black people do that enough with our people in these community spaces. When I see certain black folks get lauded by white people quickly and get out, I'll be looking. I'll be like, watch out. Don't get so far behind that you forget your people back. Sometimes our people back ain't shit either. Like, I've been through it as a black queer man. But I've never in my life, one thing I learned from the greats, I don't even gotta drop names, but they always said, you come in with community and you leave out with community. Whatever that looks like to you. I've never lost track of my community in what I do. Never. I'm always plugged into my community. I'm always invested in black and queer spaces, places, and people. I never leave those people in my circle, my network, the work that I do. I never do. I never leave queer folks. I never leave black folks. I don't. Because let me tell you why. Because when shit gets real, the people that I find to be in the space with me is always the folks that look like me. I'm sorry. I'm just keeping it 100. Cishet white folks, I'm not saying you ain't shit, but I'm just saying I done seen it. I'm not blind. I'm not blind. I've just seen how shit has went. And I've just been very cognizant of that, just studying history, looking around. I have just been very important about that, because I've just seen it happen to people, so many people. And, it's happened to me at various episodes of my career. I think about when gayhood racism happened. Ooh, child, I saw how the white gays did. Oh, yes, I saw white folks in the gayhood turned on me. But my black queer folks, they stood beside me. They did. They did. Kept me through that position when I was the LGBTQ editor. Kept reading me, kept promoting my work, kept nominating me for awards, kept me in the conversation. I would never forget, my awards I got for my gayhood reporting on racism came from black organizations. It didn't come from white organizations, really. It's funny, NOGJA, which is a white-led journalism association, they just started giving me awards last year. But when I was covering racism in the neighborhood, they didn't see me, baby. No invitations, no awards, no nominations, nothing. But black journalism organizations across the country and even in my own backyard, they honored me with those awards. They saw my work. you know? Um, I just want to say that because a lot of times people just feel like, oh, mainstream means abandoning your communities and your tribes to get into this white space with assimilation. Mm-mm. I've been in mainstream. I have white people I work with and network with. I've been in the places. I've been in the C suites. I've been VIP. I've done it all. I've been in there. But I've never lost sight of my community. And I look at people like Denzel Washington, I look at Denzel, I look at Byron Allen, I look at a lot of these strong black men that I look up to in the industries that they're in. And these are people who have never lost sight of their community. They have gotten prestigious awards and have reached multi-millions, and even for Byron Allen, billions, that have had success, but never lost sight of their community in that, And I think that's important. I think that's just so important because we can be successful. We can be, looking at, icons, like so many. We can be that. Queen Latifah. I think of Queen Latifah. Happy Pride Month, Queen. I look at her. How she was able to have her community always in the business, in the room, but was able to still lead, right? Viola Davis. Just always mindful of who she is as a black woman, but also still aware, still tapped in. I think about so many of those people, so many of those icons, so many voices. And we keep entertaining the Jay-Z's. Yeah, I'm going there. We keep entertaining people that just get so far off. Just so, we look at like Zeus, look at them working with Elon Musk, Timberland and Swiss Beats. Like, what the fuck? And they want to repackage the shit and say, oh, it's for the culture. Child, bye. Jay-Z been with the shits, partnering with the NFL, now supporting school vouchers. I mean, it's just like, but so hype because he's at the Brady, he's over there with the Brady thing. Oh, I'm over here, at this event, promoting this person or whatever. We got to do better. And it's just, for me, it's about establishing those boundaries. I think that's been my big thing, has been establishing those boundaries. Everybody is not going to be my friend. I don't need everybody to be my friend. Every person that listens to my podcast, buys my book, support, thank you for your purchase. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. But you're not entitled to my space beyond what I put out. Everybody doesn't get an invitation to the party. Everybody doesn't get to, and I was reading something that was so impactful about white people in this sense, and lately with this sense, the black folks having fun. That when black people do black things and have black joy and do an event with black people, they feel left out. They feel like it's a personal slight. White folks be having fun by themselves all the damn time. They do their own little square dance in the gatherings. But like white liberals and their obsession with black people having their own things, that somehow they're calling it, they want to think it's reverse racism or that they're left out. No. Sometimes there is a cultural connection and safety and space that black folks sometimes want to engage in. I spend so much time sometimes being the only black person that sometimes I want to be with a bunch of black people. And I try not to be the only black person, to be honest, as much anymore. Like, I don't even care. There's certain spaces, events where they were like, oh, we want you to come. And it's like, oh, this could be opportunity. But sometimes the opportunity is not worth the headache. And maybe I'm at a point where I have so many opportunities that I have the ability to make opportunities that are safe and smart. Maybe everything don't have to be so fucking risky, alienating, and fucked up. I've spent what's the point? You spend your entire life being in predominantly white spaces, doing all these things, getting these degrees, going through all these networking events, dealing with all these microaggressions, and then you're still successful and you're still having to be in a position where you have to deal with that. Even in your personal life, you can't have no personal peace? No, I refuse. I refuse. I refuse for my personal life and personal space to be preoccupied by white people's thoughts. No, absolutely not. Maybe I can bring a couple of white people. And those white people that I invite to my parties, listen, they cool for me. And listen, I ain't about to explain. So if they're uncomfortable, which they're not, but if they were uncomfortable, I don't know what to tell them. Just saying. Just saying. I'm not. Because you know what's funny? You can go to a lot of white people's parties, no shade, and white people be white people. And they'll have about 2 or 3 black people there. And they'll be like, okay with that. And you know what? I'm not looking at the room and saying, well, why do they not have their other black friends? Because they don't got no other black friends. I don't got that many white friends. I ain't gonna hold you. So when I have a party and you see a bunch of black people, that's because those are my friends. I can't fake it. I'm not gonna fake it. I see so many black people that feel like they gotta, oh my goodness, I think there's so many black people at my party. I need to invite more white people. Why? 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 Because reverse racism does not exist. White folks do not live in black supremacy. Black people creating spaces for themselves is a space for them to process and breathe. Because most of our world is dictated and dominated by white people's opinions and policies. As a black person, I have to walk out the door and consider not being threatening and all the things that white people project for my safety. White people, not the same thing. It's kind of like women. When women talk about there's a male-dominated society and patriarchy, right? And women say that they want to create spaces for women. I don't give a fuck because I get it for women. Women should be able to do that. Create women-centric events and spaces for yourselves. I get it. Because men as a collective are violent and problematic. And sometimes women have to, when they walk out the door, they have to consider their safety. And so I get it. If a woman wants to have an event and only have a couple of men there, and if the men are gay, fuck it. Because that's what they want to do, to have a peace of mind. I get it. So I need white women listening to this podcast to get it when a black man says, I just want to be with my friends. And yes, you're a friend, but not today, girl. Because there's a difference. There's another environment. And as a man, I respect women's boundaries. I do. And this goes for queer people and cishet people. Sometimes I want to be with black gay people. And the Lit Brothers is for us. By us, for us. FUBU, baby. We want to be ourselves. No, it's not okay. They'd be like, I just want to hang out with you guys. Seem like so much fun. No. We're not going to be your entertainment. No, you cannot hang out with us. You cannot sit with us. No. And that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I have homegirls that got girlfriends. And when they be on their girls trip and do their thing, I don't be somewhere thinking, damn, why can I come? Because they got a sisterly connection and they need to do that. And that ain't about me. And I'm not going to feel no type of way. Play with me when you hang out with me when you want to hang out with me. I will play with my friends. We need to establish boundaries. I don't know what happened. People's feelings got hurt and we start acquiescing to things. Some things are for some things. Period. I think about James Baldwin sometimes and some of the things he has said about these types of conversations. And I'll just say that there's nothing new under the sun. History, there's nothing new under the sun with history. I would just say that much. There's nothing new under the sun. These conversations has been happening for generations. And I just am at that point in my life when I'm observing it. Now, this brings me to my second point around boundaries, because this was a big one. So this weekend I went somewhere. I was outside and it was an event. It was a, gathering of sorts. And there was a little girl. She had to be around 10-ish, 11-ish. Not 13. I don't think she was a teenager, but definitely was in that range. About to be a teenager, but definitely a mature child. And the girl saw me. She kept looking at me, throughout this event. I was at a little event. And she kept looking and stuff, but very like it was obvious what was going on. So I was sitting down. She finally come up to me and she's like, and let me be clear about my outfit. I had on me some cute little shorts. I had on a cute little shirt. I had my tail fire. I had my nails. which, so she says to me, "Are you a girl or a boy?" And I said, "I'm a boy." I didn't ask why. I left it there. I know, listen, y'all know. So I left it there. She follows up and says, "Well, why are your nails painted?" I said, "Well, boys can get their nails painted too. Now go along and go play. Go play with your toys. Don't play with me." And I said it very, mature, and little girl, go play. You don't do that. Cause see, I'm black. I gotta say it again. I'm black. I'm a black adult. I tell you, to black people listening to this episode right now, I can't tell you how I have finally am embracing adulthood as a black adult. Because I've waited my whole life to tell a child to stay in their place. I have reached it, y'all. I have gotten that. I have lived long enough, thank God, to be an adult and be able to tell a black child to stay in their place. I grew up in an era, and I don't know what happened with these kids, where you respect adults. You don't go up to no grown-ass adult, I don't care what they're wearing, and ask them any questions. You don't do that. I don't believe in that children should be seen and not heard. I don't believe in that. That's how people grew up, though, But I grew up in a time where you stay in a child's place. You minded your business. And you also don't play with adults. Okay, you go play with your toys, but you don't play with adults. And so I said, go play with your toys, don't play with me. Is what I said to that child back. That little girl went back over there, played with her toys, and she minded her business. Okay? I will tell you why. Because the internet was interested on this reaction. Now, most people on the internet, of course, agreed with me. Most of my followers, folks, y'all was like, you set her straight. Y'all got it, right? Y'all was like, that's right, because she was playing. Y'all know. Because let me tell you, kids play. And you got to let them know not to play. But y'all know that there were some people who I don't know what universe they on, but came at me about my reaction response. Somebody tried it, white woman who considers themselves a liberal, follows my page, was like, "Oh, come on, you have to be like that. She's just a 10-year-old. I'm going to read what the person said because I want to read what I read to them. I'm going to expound on that. Because, Facebook child, the Facebook conversations were fun, honey. The girls was having fun on Facebook. But I had to get them together because sometimes people like to play. So this person said, "She's 10. Give her a break. She was curious. At least she asked you. You could have just used this as a teaching moment for her." Now, all my black folks listen to this. Child, she told me she's 10. She said, give her a break. She said she was curious. At least you could have used it as a teaching moment. This is how I responded back. But I'm about to really tell you how I really felt when this white woman said this. I said, respectfully, and I say this as a black queer adult man, consider the optics and check yourself. A black queer man in public space isn't going to educate a 10-year-old girl who isn't kin to them on gender expression and sexuality. What you do is immediately redirect your situation and keep it moving. I'm not addressing anyone's child I don't know. Be for real. Exactly. Because y'all know what that means, right? And somebody said, following up exactly, that kid can go back and said you said something you never said. Them kids lie. Let me tell you something. Okay, there's a lot of things to consider in what I said. I'm going to unpack some of that. But let me tell you something. I'm going to speak as a black queer adult because let me tell you about something, right? About kids and about these dynamics. It's not my responsibility to educate anyone's child on these types, on who I am, my sexuality, my gender expression. That's too much. I don't do that. I don't do that with children. I don't do that with anybody's child. Okay. Now, mind you, if it's a cousin, a niece, or somebody like that, I don't have any nieces and nephews. But if it's family and we're in the house or whatever, sure, right? And normally, what happens is that because this is how black folks was raised. A lot of times, parents will tell their kids before they walk into space how to show up and behave and mind their business. I remember growing up. And I'll never forget this. I remember one of my mom's friends who was like an uncle to us. but he wasn't, he was gay, but she said, Mr. So-and-so is going to be with Mr. So-and-so. When you see them, you say, hello, Mr. So-and-so, and you say, you show them respect. And you greet them and you treat them equally. And I was young. I was probably like 8 years old, but I had never, I knew gay people existed clearly, but I think that may have been my first time ever interacting with a gay couple or seeing a gay couple in the same space. And so my mom just told me, like, hey, don't you, you see people, you treat them, like she basically said, treat those people respectfully. You mind your business. Don't you observations, don't you do that. And I learned at a very young age to be respectful, regardless of sexual orientation and queerness. I didn't know all the details and I didn't ask all the questions. But I think that was probably the first time I ever seen a same-sex couple in real life space. But I was very respectful when I said, hello, Mr. So-and-so. And I said, hello, Mr. So-and-so. And I was very nice and I minded my business. And I stayed in the child's place. Now, I had a moment one time when I did not. Now, this was not a gay couple. What this was, now I was right, but I was out of my line. I saw a man at a family cookout. It was a gathering of sorts. And this man, I knew he was married. And I saw him being a little too flirty with another person that was at the place. And I said to this man, I said, Mrs. So-and-so is going to get you. And I think it was my grandma or somebody that said, Ernest, come around there. I remember this. And my grandma I said, Grandma, I said, this is so. She said, listen, you stay in the child's place. You go mind your business. Now, don't go over there and grow folks' business. And I had to understand. I was like, but I didn't understand. I was like, that's not my place. Because maybe so-and-so and them are separated. I don't know. It's not my place to be in grown folks' business. I need to stay. That's not my place. Now, if that's what's going on, that's what's going on. But that's not my part to play. Now, at that point, I was probably like 13 or whatever. But still, not my business. And so, do I need to be educated? Was that supposed to be a moment for that adult to tell me, I'm in a separation with my wife? And so when you're a separated kid, you're da-da-da. No! Because children don't always deserve explanations for shit. Sometimes you just need to just be quiet and mind your business. And the onus is not for that adult in that moment that don't know that kid to do it. It's the onus of the parent. So maybe that parent, that kid might say, hey, Mom, I saw a guy with his nails polished, blue. What does that mean? Is he a girl or that's a parent? That's what a kid needs to have with their own parent. Because when I was little, I saw little things that was different to me and confusing and things. And I had questions and I asked my parents. And my parents gave me those conversations. But that's not a conversation that someone else that you don't know should be having with a kid, especially a kid that's not theirs. So I respect that's how I do it. That's me respecting the boundary of the child with the parent. Now let's add another layer to it. We live in a society where this is a situation where I don't know this kid, I don't know this, never probably see these kids again. But I say this because as gay people specifically, we already deal with labels. People already say crazy things about gay people they don't know. They act funny. They say shit. I had a friend of mine. This is terrible. He stopped talking to some of his family members because he went to a gathering with his family, and he was in the living room, just hanging out, mind his business, and there was some little kids sitting on the couch near him, and nothing, everything chilling, and somebody in the family, one of his cousin, somebody was like, don't be around Mr. So-and-so, without someone being around. It was just basically trying to treat this person like they was a pedophile or predator. So fucking uncalled for, very homophobic. And I'd be one to say, first of all, most of the predators and pedophiles and people in the family are not gay. And second of all, most of the ones that be doing this shit be the ones that are not gay. I will say that again. Be the ones that y'all sit up and let me be quiet. Like, it's just a lot of bullshit. But I say all to say that as a Black queer person, unfortunately, because of the society we live in, I keep my relationships and engagement with kids I don't know. I keep very clear boundaries, because oftentimes we are the ones that are misunderstood, misexplained, misheard, And I've heard too many traumatic stories of just the mistreatment of Black queer people in engaging children, or just being around children, or even correcting children. And so for me, I set boundaries with children I don't know. I don't know. You know, because oftentimes you could say something more, and then next thing you know, the kid is going back to the parent and saying, Mr. So-and-so said this, and this, and da da da. And then it becomes, why are you telling my kid that kind of stuff? Why are you telling it'd be too much. So you keep it cute, and you keep it moving. And again, what I think people need to understand is that Black queer adults don't need to be giving your kids no teachable lessons. It's not the responsibility of Black queer adults to explain themselves to a child. It's not the responsibility of Black queer adults to educate anybody on who we are in 2024. You could go use Google like you always do. You could go ask somebody else. You could go call your actual gay friend, because I'm the stranger. I don't know you. So you need to go ask somebody else that. And also, let's just talk about kids in general, because we all were once kids, and some of y'all want to play. I know kids. And kids can be mean. And kids can be petty. And kids can be shady. And kids can be messy. And kids, because I was a kid, I was all those things. I was shady, I was messy, and I was petty. And when I was 11 and around that age, I used to always see little things and want to say things. And I'd be knowing I'm wrong, or I know I shouldn't be. And that's why I'd be cryptic. I'd be sneaking up and doing the thing or saying the thing. Because what's interesting is that as an adult, you already know kids' energy. You already know sometimes how kids play. And it's to think about it. That little girl was being shady. No shade to the girl, little girl, kid, but she was being shady. Sweetheart, I'm a girl or a boy. You're asking me that based on just nails. Now, if I had a whole dress on, a wig, and I was androgynous, okay, maybe there could be something. But she was being shady. Because what it was is that this little girl growed up, and she's used to being told, rightfully so, from her parents, even though, girls do this, boys do that. And so she wanted to have a little moment, and she wanted to be funny, and she wanted to try to see her as a girl. Fine. I got some nails on. I'm a sissy. What next, sweetheart? In my head, but that's what they do. But here's the thing: when I checked it quickly and clocked it, she went back and she understood to go back and sit down and mind her business. She didn't have no more questions then, because kids be knowing. And like I knew when I was 11, when I was out here playing around, being up in grown folks' business. And when my grandma said, you go over there, you mind your business. Because I knew when I went up to that man and said to that man, Mrs. So-and-so gonna be mad, I want to be grown. Yes. Young people want to be grown. Sometimes we want to show out and act like we grown, we with the big kids. But sometimes you could walk yourself into a situation where you might get checked. And so it's just a matter of adults. Raise your kids. It ain't my job to raise them, but I will correct them responsibly to protect my boundary and my space. We ain't gonna do that. And I think more people need to do that. Curious kids are beautiful kids. But curious kids can also be messy kids. They're not they're not mutually exclusive. I was a smart ass kid. I was a smart aleck. I had a smart ass mouth. And I also knew when I was crossing lines. But when I was told to get back in my line, I got back in that line. Okay? And that's what you got to do. Sometimes you got to reset the room. Even as a professor, I have my students, they 18, but they try to get a little funny. And I have to reset the room. I'm not your little friend. I don't know who you're coming in this room talking to like that. But we got to go back to reinforcing places. That's the problem. Y'all too busy telling Biden he too old. You better tell your kids they're getting too grown. Sometimes y'all worry about the wrong things. Sometimes y'all worry about all this other stuff. You need to be worried about making sure your kids know how to respect adults. And listen, as adults in those situations, we don't got to be nasty either. I wasn't nasty. I said, go play with your toys and not with me. That's cute to me. That ain't mean. I'm not going to argue with a child, but I'm not about to be besties with a kid either. Like, we're not about to have a conversation. I said what I said. Now I'm gonna keep painting these nails in the town red. Like, we're not gonna do all that. I think some people get like, I was just shocked by some of these comments. I said, see, this is why. Let me tell y'all something. There was some people like, oh, well, this is a moment that you could educate. What the fuck am I educated to? I'm baffled by the responses. But you know what it is? This how you know. And I'm gonna get you progressives and liberals together. Are y'all around kids? I know a lot of my fellow millennials are not having kids a lot. We're not having kids. Like, I don't have any physical kids. But you know what it is? I got a little brother that's 14. I teach at schools. I'm often around friends with kids. I've been around kids. So I'm aware. And I also have not, I'm maybe young enough to remember when I was a kid. I feel like some of y'all done forgotten how kids are. But y'all think kids are dumb. Have you actually gone, like, I went to a school and did community service with my frat brothers the other day. Do y'all see how these kids talk to each other? Let me tell you something. These kids know what's going on in the world. They just like to play. And they like to play. Nah, you better hear these kids. When I look at my younger brother, he 14 now. Listen, my little brother and even my friends, like, he now 14. But when he was younger, when he was at my wedding, let me tell you, my friends was like, oh, wow, he got a mouth. I say, listen, these kids, listen, they know what's going on in the universe. They know what's going on. They like to play, though. They like to play like they don't. Kids know some things. They're not adults. They're minors. And they're developing, right? But but sometimes we sometimes dumbify children too. I'm not saying we need to make them adults and act like they know everything, but they also know a sense of right and wrong. It's and I think we have to, and I think because I've been around, I see the bullying. I see what kind of names they call these kids. I saw a little boy at this elementary school I was at in North Philly. This boy called this girl fatback. I said, wait a minute. You 9 years old. What you know about a fatback? Why are you calling this girl a fatback? But I'm supposed to believe? I'm supposed to believe these kids don't know. Listen, there are queer kids in schools. There's trans kids in schools. I was at a school. I saw public schools. I see trans kids. I see kids, young boys, having nice bags, nice little tail feces. The kids are dressing stylish. I'm seeing nails. I'm seeing everything. The kids are queer. So I know that people are seeing, the kids are seeing it more. They're seeing difference. And the thing is, they will, when they see adults, they'll play with adults in ways they don't play with their other peers. Or even they play with their peers a certain way. But let's not underestimate the ability for young people. Just got to set boundaries and be responsible. So I just, this theme on boundaries has been a thing for me lately. But I just wanted to unpack that and really, explain what that means. Just for folks that might have gotten the game twisted. Play with your toys. Don't play with me. That's my motto. And that goes for adults too. So there's been a lot in the entertainment world. As far as movies go, Inside Out is still killing it at the box office. The only movie so far in 2024 to get $1 billion, worldwide. There is A Quiet Place, which I got to see a sneak peek of with Lupita Nyong'o, who's an Oscar-winning actress. She's in it, and I've heard good things. It's like a prequel to A Quiet Place. This version doesn't have Emily Blunt in it, but it's interesting. It's a very nail biter type of film. So if you're into scary films, or I don't even know if I don't even call it like a scary film. It's like sci-fi, like suspenseful. It's not like just a scary horror film. It's more like you're just at the edge of your seat, very intense. But people like it. Music wise, because I am going to take some time to really talk about the BET Awards, because I have so many thoughts. But as far as music go, Taylor Swift is still number one in the Billboard charts, 10 consecutive weeks at number one. The Tortured Poets, department is doing what it's doing. It's she's had 3 albums. I think she's, I think she is now the only artist in this century that has had 3 albums which the three albums is Fearless, 1989, and now Tortured Poets Society. I mean, Tortured Poets Department. These are, she's the only artist to have three of her albums do 10 or more weeks at number one charts. I mean, there's just all these records, right? But she's only one of five in history. The other artists are, of course, Whitney Houston, the Beatles, um, Taylor Swift, you know. So she's making a lot of history. She's doing, it's interesting because the Billboard charts ain't like they used to be. So it's almost like a lot of people have made that note that, she is selling albums, but the way that her records are, they're not the same as artists, in the 20th century, because streaming is being factored in. So, I'm thinking about other artists like the Kingston Trio, Elvis Presley. These are other artists who had multiple number ones, albums that had been on the charts for like multiple weeks. But Whitney Houston, you know, she's joining that ranking. Whitney Houston had her self-titled album, the other album Whitney. So Whitney Houston, Whitney, and the Bodyguard soundtrack spent, the self-titled Whitney Houston spent 14 weeks at number one in 1986. Whitney that album served 11 weeks at number one in 1987, and the Bodyguard soundtrack did 20 weeks at number one from 1992 to 1993. So it's a there's a lot of artists who can claim that kind of success, but Taylor Swift is doing it in our century. She's a big deal. I mean, you can't deny it. But uh, Sabrina Carpenter, she's got her number one. She's finally got her number one, which is, Please, Please, Please. And then Espresso's doing its thing on the charts, but she's doing her thing. I'm a fan. I'm watching. There's other artists. There was a lot of talk about the Grammys, whether or not they was going to consider her for Best New Artist. They are. She's going to be nominated, but a lot of people are saying, well, she's had multiple albums. But the way the Grammys are defining, album of the Best New Artist and things of that nature is if an artist, has never been previously nominated for a Grammy, and if they say that artist had put out a number of singles and had a breakthrough year. So I agree with that notion, right? Like, okay, yes, Sabrina Carpenter has put out like smaller mixtapes and other albums in the past. No one had heard those albums outside of her core fan group, but she is, to a lot of people, a brand new artist. This is a breakthrough year for her. People tried to say things about Victoria Monet. She had previously had other albums and other records, but that was the first time Victoria Monet had gotten, a Grammy nomination as a solo artist, had a major song, major singles that were in Grammy conversation. So it felt like she's a new artist and she deserved it. And I think that's the same thing with Sabrina Carpenter. I think that's fair. A lot of times people get real technical by acting like the artist has to be completely fresh. But I think the Grammys are starting to be more in sync of what that really means. How this person is charting. Sabrina Carpenter had several songs and things that was underground, but they weren't charting like the way Please, Please, Please and Espresso is. So I think that's fair. So I'm here for it. There's other artists that people are talking about. There's this other artist. I haven't really followed them much, but their name is Chappelle Roan, who is this woman singer-songwriter. People consider her to be pretty much the new Gaga. I listened to her album recently. It's called The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess. Good music. I feel like she's on the rise. I feel like, Taylor Swift, after this album, after she has this run, this tour, I really hope she takes a break, because I think there's some new pop girlies coming finally. Because for a while, I was trying to figure out where the new pop girlies were. I just feel like music is having this interesting inflection point where it's obvious that a lot of our longtime faves, us millennials, I thought the Gen Xers had it, but us millennials, we have kept on we've held on to our stars. They won't go away. They just continue to put out good music. They continue to be in the cultural zeitgeist. I'm thinking about Usher. I'm thinking about, Beyonce, Pink, artists like that are still putting out good music, still doing really incredible shows and tours. I mean, they're just still out here. So, um, I mean, I can't claim Mariah because Mariah is more of, that's the Gen Xers. They can claim her, and she's great. But I'm gonna claim ours. I mean, even when you think about it, Taylor Swift's been in the game for like over 15 years. Rihanna the same way. These are not fresh artists. I mean, Nicki's been out for over 15 years. Lil Wayne's been out for 20 years. I mean, he doesn't really do much rap anymore, but a lot of, you think about a lot of these artists that our generation is, hung with, they're still out here. But I do feel like there's a new wave of new artists that are starting to finally come into the fold. Even though some people won't go away, like Katy Perry, she wants to really come back. I don't want Katy Perry back. I don't know who's asking for Katy Perry to come back. She can stay with her lovely husband Orlando Bloom. Nobody wants this Dr. Luke produced song. If you don't know what the problem is with Dr. Luke, Kesha, him, Google that. He's a mess. Not a fan. But she got this new song with him, and the fans are already giving it backlash. A lot of people are not feeling this upcoming single. There was a rumored sample leaking of it all, but I'm just not. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not here for it. I'm not crazy about Katie. She could take that break. So yeah, that's where we are. Meg Thee Stallion's new album Megan has dropped. I listened to it. It's okay. I mean, I will say this. I just want her as a fan. I'm not a super fan. Now, Mr. Johnson, he's a Meg fan. He likes him some Meg Thee Stallion. I'm not. I'm not like I don't not like her. I think she's fine. I do find her music to be a little repetitive, lyrically, sound wise, flow wise. She's got talent. She writes. She has good bars, but sometimes I find her to be a little repetitive at times. This album, I wish this would have been the Traumazine album, her previous album. Um, I'm not telling a person that they have to let go of something or move on or whatever. I just feel that so much of a lot of the album, a good chunk of the album, I just feel like she's consistently rehashing the same things. And I'm just kind of like, there's these weird moments where in her art and just even her persona, she gives off, I'm ready for a new chapter. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to do new sounds, new music. I'm ready to go in a different direction. And I felt like this album, the way it was being marketed, the tour, that we were going to get more of that. We were going to get more bops. We were going to get, just a new sound, a new phase. And I just feel like she's kind of still in this entrapment. Like it just seems like she's just still in this loop. And it's a safe loop, right? The album isn't a horrible album. Let me be very clear. It's not a bad album. But I think the disappointment of it is that it just continues to just be more of the same. And this is her third studio album at this point. She had Good News, Traumazine, and then this. And I just hope the next album she's just going a different direction. Not letting go of her what makes her the artist that we know her as, but just want her to just creatively and artistically match the visual creativity that she's giving with the lyrical and musical, creativity. Because the visuals are there. It's obvious she's getting budget. She's getting more money. She's giving better looks. I mean, she's doing that, but the sound is not matching that. The cohesion of that is not going. And I know she's got more in her. She's very talented. I just want to see that more in her music. So I was left a little, like, okay. But yeah. Camila Cabello, I don't know. This new album, I don't. I've never been crazy about her to begin with. I just don't know. It's just, it's a pop girl. I just feel like she took too long on a break. I think some artists nowadays, some of these artists want to take a long time, take a long break, and I'm just kind of like, if you have not put in a level of art, you have not built a strong core fan base. Taking these massive breaks and then think you can just slide back into the industry, it doesn't work that way. I think, Normani, had a lot going on in her personal life, so I give her grace for that. But it's obvious that, she took a very long break. And I think the problem with that was that she had not given us a solid debut album. So then when Dopamine came out, which Dopamine is listening to it, it's a good album, it's solid. But I just feel like it just was super, super overdue and a little late. And I feel a lot late. And as a result, it didn't land the way it should have, because I think so much delay, there's been other girls that have come. Like when Normani first hit the scene, she had this, people thought she was going to be the next Sierra, the next, I don't like to say the next Beyonce, because Beyonce is one of one, but she was going to be on that trajectory. I could have seen her being the next, Rihanna. She had that potential, but the problem is that she just kept taking so many breaks and delays, and then life was lifing and everything in between. And, while she was doing that break, Coco Jones came. Victoria Monet solidified herself. Chloe came. These other R&B girls came and did pretty well. Got Grammy. Well, some of them. Chloe, yeah, she had a moment, but Coco and Victoria, for real, came in, got Grammys. Coco was a Grammy Award-winning artist now. Victoria Monet, 3 Grammys, including one for Best New Artist, right? They came, and I think they took up they really took that space and that spotlight. So by the time Normani came, we was all like, well, we kind of, it's cool, but we're not. There was the void that she was going to fill. I don't want to be shady, but it kind of felt like it was filled, and so I think the enthusiasm, her fan base, they kind of pivoted clearly to other artists, and so I think in the end, all of that did impact her ability to blossom. So, we'll see. I mean, even Tinashe is trying to do something. I mean, I'm not crazy about Tinashe. I mean, for millennials who for many years has been following music, Tinashe has been trying. I mean, this Match My Freak or whatever it's called, Match My Nasty. I don't know what it's called, child. It's cool, but it's just like, again, just, okay. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe artists are just making money and they've got money and they're enjoying the money more. I don't know. But, as a millennial who remember the days when the girls were just out there consistently putting out music, going to shows, doing the thing. I mean, self-care is important, but I just remember there was just more consistency. There was more intensity. Do people not want to be a famous anymore? I don't know. Like, where's A&R? Let's fund A&R. Let's give artists A&R, because I don't know. It's just a mess. So BET Awards, because yes, I watched it. I have thoughts, so many thoughts. What a mess. We talk about the presidential debate being a mess. This was just a disappointment, because it was just so much going on. It started off okay. It was a good, strong start. Meg Thee Stallion opened up, great opener. There was some moments, right? So I'm getting into it. Where do I start? Several things. First of all, let's start with that pre-show. Terrence J is 42 years old. I am 32 years old. I'm gonna make a point here. As long as I've been a youngin', when I was young, Terrence J has been hosting BT pre-shows when I was a teenager. Okay, this man was on Love 106 in Park. He was, he's been on BT for like as long as I've been a young bull, like young. I mean, this man has been on BT for what, 20 years, close to 20 years. And I'm just like, bruh, you gotta pass the mic. Like, give it to a young millennial or give it to a Gen Zer. Like, why are you still, this is what I mean. Like, this is why I couldn't, when you all ask me, and say, hey, why aren't you not doing enough, TV, and why won't you host this or whatever? It's because there's a lot of people in this industry that just hog space. Like, there's stuff that I feel like you should respectfully, since we want to talk about people dropping out of races and aging out, I'm going to keep it one. There's some roles where you should age out of that and evolve. Like, give it to somebody else. Like, hell, why won't Terrence J host the BET Awards? I mean, give him a shot. Hell. Just something. Because the pre-show, I feel like we need someone younger. There could have been a real poppin' young millennial, TikToker or something like that, influencer that could have hosted that and had a big opportunity. Like, that's what I mean. There's so many people in the industry that just hog space. And yes, there's some paid TV hosts, right, that should absolutely host the show and keep hosting it because they're great at it. But then there's some times where it's just like, I don't know. I just feel like Terrence J ages out of that. Like, the BET Awards this year has definitely been trying to pivot it to get younger audiences to watch the show. They want people that's under the age of 35. Now, I'm one of those people. I'm under 35, but that's the target demographic. Under 35 is who they really are trying to get to watch the show, because we're the audience that they're trying to sell shit to. We're the audience that, TV advertisers, people want to, we're the group that got money to buy shit. People past 35, many people in their 40s. Y'all spending money, but y'all not buying the silly shit, right? Y'all not, the way in which this demographic, my demographic, is being targeted to sell things to. We're that base. Under 35 is that base right now to really sell things to. And so, TV wise, they invited a lot of influencers. I know a lot of influencers in the industry. They invited a lot of them to the BET Awards this year. They flew a lot of folks. This year actually marks my 10-year anniversary since I went to the BET Awards. I went to the BET Awards, 10 years ago. And it was quite a different award show. And I'm going to get to some of that. But the BET Awards of 10 years ago, and even then people would argue that the BET Awards then fell off. Was beginning to fall off. I think I would argue that once they got to the 2010s, the BET Awards began to fall off. I feel like 2014, when I went, it was like one of the few last years where it was just really solid. I feel like I would argue that it hasn't been good since Beyonce and Kendrick opened up the show with Freedom from the Lemonade album. I mean, that may have been the last great BET Awards. And that's being generous, to be honest. That's being generous, because really, to be honest, it hasn't been good since Monique stopped hosting. If I want to keep it 100. Like, Monique, when she was hosting the BET Awards, with Steve Harvey and Cedric Entertainment, the days of Steve Harvey, when he first opened it, hosted it, and then you had the different eras. But I just feel like after Monique, that was like the golden age of the BET Awards. Because it's been around for over 20 years at this point. But the golden age of the BET Awards, I want to say, was Monique. That was that Monique era. Steve Harvey era, Monique era. But again, to be more open, I would say the early 2010s was probably the last. At this point, it's just become hit and miss for various reasons. But, they've invited the influencers this year to really spice up and get people, young folks, engaged to watch the show. Even the people they booked to perform, a lot of the talent was definitely skewed a lot younger, a lot more Gen Zer. Like, I feel like my brother, that goes to Temple, would have definitely, like, that's a show. They're making it for him. The VMAs is skewed there. I mean, it's still skewed to me a little bit. Like, I definitely recognize the artist and know him, but it is definitely skewing a lot more younger. Has it always been that way? I don't know. I just feel like when I was younger watching BET Awards, it felt like they had much older artists and legends. Like, there was Prince tributes, there was Michael Jackson tributes. And to be clear, those artists were already much more in their legendary status. They weren't the freshest artists. But I just felt like it was just more legends performing, and just it had a soulfulness to it, and there was a gospel segment, and the gospel artists were more lively, and Yolanda Adams would come out every year and remind the girls that she could out sing the R&B girls. They don't do it like that. That was the BT Awards. I remember Shaka Khan and Stevie Wonder, and just I just remember those legendary tributes. And so for a generation like myself, we grew up watching the BT Awards, and that's how we got exposed to the legends like Patti LaBelle and Aretha. And that's how we was able to get exposed to that music, even though we were young. Our parents, when I was growing up, my parents were like, we would watch it. They would tell me about these artists, it was Anita Baker, and that was the stuff we grew up understanding. Like that, we was exposed to that music, and so it's kind of interesting watching the BET Awards now because there's no exposure to those artists, and so there's a younger generation of people who just don't know. It was interesting, like seeing people on Twitter, Will Smith perform, and we'll talk about it, but Will Smith performed, and there were people like, I didn't know movie. Now, what's with movie artists, movie actors trying to be rappers and musicians? And this was while Will Smith was performing. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, y'all don't know? Really? Like, that's where we're at now. And it just sucks. So, yes. So yeah, Terrence J, pass the mic. I mean, come on. It's time. But yeah, Taraji P. Henson is host. She's hosted before. She had strong moments, and she just had some weird moments. And people was assuming that maybe she was a little drunk, a little tipsy, because it just seemed like she was just all over the place at times. But what I would say about her is that she's a real Hollywood star. Like Taraji's she's a real power player. I would say she's an A-lister. She's Oscar nominated. She's a big star. And she's good on her feet. She's very funny. She's quirky. She's upbeat. I enjoyed it for the most part. What I did appreciate about her a lot was that she definitely really took her time on the mic to really promote, the importance of voting in this election. I did appreciate that BET throughout the awards. I'm getting to the good, the bad, and the ugly, but I'm taking my time. I did appreciate that they really emphasized the importance of voting in elections. I mean, she talked about Project 2025. She talked about Supreme Court. I mean, she really had moments where she was consistently passionate about really emphasizing how important the election was. She did this cool video cameo with Vice President Kamala Harris, which was kind of cool because they are both alumni of Lincoln University. And not Lincoln University, oh my goodness, Howard University. But they're both alumni of Howard University, and they didn't go to school at the same time, but they're Bisons. And so they were, it was a cute video that they did, talking about, the importance of voting and the issues coming up on the ballot. So that was cool. Shout out to the Biden, Harris administration and campaign for, getting out here, getting out the vote. Lots of campaign ads, lots of get out the vote messaging throughout. And so that was very good. I mean, what a great use of a platform in that regard. I was very happy that they did not mince their words about how important the election was. So that was good. That was good. But other things I would say, it was very female driven to a default. And I'll get to the default later in this review. But I did appreciate there was a lot of women performers. I mean, women in hip hop. I mean, they had about 6 women rappers perform throughout the night. I mean, you had Meg, you had Lotto, you had Sexy Red. She was so much fun. You had Ice Spice, not so fun. You had Gorilla, who was great. Lauryn Hill at the end. More about that performance in a minute. But lots of female rappers, and that was fun. That was fun because women in hip hop are having a big moment, and it was lots of women R&B artists. I mean, Tyla performed, Victoria Monet killed it, and then there was that interesting Usher performance. We'll get to that in a minute. But it was a lot of just women, artists getting a good spotlight. So that was big. I mean, Victoria Monet was the best thing of the damn show. I was happy that she won Video of the Year. She went up there with her husband. She also won the Her Award, and she came up on stage with her mom, which was cute. she was full of life and full of fun. One of my favorite award moments was that Niecy Nash and her wife, um, made the mention that they were the first um openly queer gay couple to ever be presenters at the award, which people were clapping for, and that was like progress. But I was also like, it's 2024, BT. The fuck, y'all haven't had any gay, couple presenters. I mean, there's been gay presenters and trans presenters in the past, but like as a couple, that was the first. So it was great to see it. Like, damn, it's been a long time. But the beautiful thing was they presented the video of the year, and the winner was Victoria Monet, who is bisexual. And so that was cool. Happy Pride Month. What the final hour of Pride Month, they made sure at the final hour to do that. So how cool was that? Um, I mean, do I have anything nice to say before I start dragging? Because the drags and the gags are in. Yeah, that's all the nice things I have to say. So let's get into the shade. Where were the stars? I've been saying this lately with these award shows, with the exception of the Grammys, because the Grammys have all the stars, baby. But it's just something about the lack of stars. Like, I mean, granted, there was some cool artists and it was cute, but the BT was like, where were the stars? I just didn't see. I just remember the BT Awards used to have stars. Like, even if they weren't nominated, they was presenting. Like, Holly Berry, Denzel, you know, uh, you know, Beyonce, Jay-Z, the Kardashians would be there, Kanye would be there, it'd just be artists all over the place, like just stars. The star power was just not there, at the awards. They just were not there at the BT Awards this year. It just where were they, where was Kendrick? I just would have liked to see Kendrick given the big year. I mean, Compton, LA, that's his city. Why are you not in LA, bro? Like, what? Kendrick wasn't there. I mean, J. Cole could have made an appearance. I mean, Drake, I guess, is in hiding. Um, Future would have been nice to see Future, Metro Booming. It just seemed like it was like a lot of, I mean, Beyonce don't go to shows like she used to. I guess I can't expect that from her. But it was just moments where I just was like, where are the stars? Okay, one quick plug, one positive thing I will say, because I almost left this out. The Shabuzi performance with Jaquan coming out to do the intro parade of Tipsy was genius. It was probably one of the best surprise appearances of the night. Genius. Brilliant. That's a BET moment. See, those are the moments I live for, because only at the BET Awards would something like that happen and make sense. Like, they brought out Jaquan. If you don't know who Jaquan is, child, boom. Okay, Tipsy was a smash hit. Okay, it was a hit that stick like grits. When I was young in middle school and I used to go to parties, we didn't know. We thought listen, we was singing Tipsy like it was a jam, but we wasn't even drinking. But we just loved that song because everybody in the club was getting tipsy, even though we wasn't even getting tipsy. We was getting tipsy off of Martatelli's or whatever, that sparkling grape juice, Welch's. Listen, it was a hit. Tipsy was that jam, and so to see, Shabuzi perform that was dope. Also, the bunny girl, the country singer, they had a nice little country session. That was beautiful. And so that was good. I'll give them a shot for finally putting some black country artists on the Grammy stage. But back to the lack of stars. There just wasn't any star power, really. I mean, there was a couple of people, but there was a lot of star power. Lots of influencers, though. There were some cringy moments. I mean, Taraji not knowing who Keith Lee was awkward. But yeah, it just was this not a lot of star power. I mean, I'm so used to Hollywood actresses being in a room. Megan Good was there, but thank God Jonathan Majors was not. Thank goodness for that. It just was like, where were the big stars? Like Michael B. Jordan, where was you at? Like Lupita, baby, you got a movie that came out. You couldn't show no love to BT. Like, I just was wondering, where were the big stars? That was the thing about it that kept the show. I just felt a little dry. Like, BT was just promoting a lot of their talent that's on their TV streaming platforms and stuff, like Miss Pat. Well, I enjoy Miss Pat, but just like, it just was a little flat. Will Smith. Okay, so let me back up real quick. The awards themselves, I felt like was a joke. They didn't really give out that many awards, which I kind of am annoyed. I mean, I guess the BET Awards are not prestigious in the same way of like the Grammys or whatnot. or the Tonys or the Oscars, I guess. But if you're going to have an award show, it would be nice to actually have an award show. And let me go back real quick because I know I'm going all over the place. But like, I'm thinking about when I say stars, where was LeBron James? Like Serena, Venus, where the big, I remember there was a time where they used to have big athletes show up, championship winners, the Boston Celtics. Where was the players at? Where were the draft picks at? Where was Bronny and LeBron? That would have been a cute moment. Nepotism in the house. Like, I just was like, that was what was missing. Like, that was missing. And that was a very key point. I feel like I should produce the BET Awards. Somebody tap me in so I can come in and be one of the producers because Stephen Hill, where they at? He ain't there no more. Deborah Lee ain't there no more. I could tell they not there no more. Robert, where Bob? They're not there anymore. You could tell they're not there because the production just it's my media side, y'all. My mind. I watch shows now. Now that I'm a journalist and I'm in the business, when I was younger, I never paid attention to that kind of stuff. But like now when I watch these shows, I just be like, I just see little things. I just know too much. I'm like, where is this person? Let me call so and so. Because I just remember that was just how it used to be. So yeah, the awards were just a joke. There wasn't that many awards given out. I was a little annoyed with Best New Artist. I just felt like Tyler should have won. I'm sorry. Sexy Red should have won that. That would have been a moment. What a missed opportunity. Tyler won Best International Artist and Best New Artist. I get International. That's fine. But I just felt like Best New Artist. I felt like Sexy Red in that category. Out of all the other artists were like, they only were like one hit. Sexy has had consistent hits. Tyler got that one cute song, Water. She got an album. It's cute. But I just feel like, that was just meh. Because last year when Lotto won, that was a moment. When Lotto won, because I was just like, yeah, Lotto had a big year. She's got hits. It made sense when she won Best New Artist last year. I know a lot of people thought Coco Jones was gonna win. But no, I thought it was smart that Lotto had won. So Will Smith, what's funny? A recurring theme I'm going to say about some of these performances is that the ones that I want to talk about was that BT hyped up a lot of things that in the end, the stuff that they did not hype up was the best parts, and the stuff that they did hype up was underwhelming. Will Smith sung some inspirational song that had Kirk Franklin on it. It wasn't bad, but it was just kind of like, eh. It was just kind of like, I don't know. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just kind of like, eh. I guess he would have a redemption moment, which I don't think he needs to have a redemption moment. Like, where was Martin Lawrence? Bad Boys. I would have preferred for Will and Martin to present an award, at the show. They got one of the hottest movies out this summer. Like, to see those two together presenting an award would have been way better than Will Smith, which we didn't even see Jada, child. Jada should have been there. Where is Jada? Where's Willow? Willow just dropped a really great album. Willow should have had a moment, It would have been nice to see, I don't know, Will performing that song. It was okay. It was super meta and inspirational, blah, blah, blah. Again, just stuff that's just like, why? It was just like, why? I guess there's nothing left to say until I get to Usher. Yeah, Usher. Well, let's get into it. What was that tribute? I'm sorry. I was very disappointed. Underwhelmed. So what happened was is that Usher, there was a melody of women R&B artists, Coco Jones, Keke Palmer, um, Marsha Ambrosia, which her vocals were not good that night. Um, who else? Lotto, which was random. Tiana Taylor, Tinashe. It was all these women performers and that performed Usher's greatest hits, and they did their own way. Um, Donald Glover was the only male singer, which was kind of random and kind of like, why him of all people? He opened up. It just kind of was like, okay, all right, Donald Glover, sure. He was just kind of awkward in the show the whole time. Like, I just don't know his purpose. I'm not, how this is some people you're just kind of like, it's just like, okay. Um, yeah, like they gave album of the year to Killer Mike, which was kind of random. Anyway, so the Usher performance and tribute was just, I didn't mind that there was women performing the songs. I just felt like it all looked and felt the same. Everybody was super sexual, super, seductive, and it just like I was like, where are the men? And I would have liked a gender mix. I'm not saying it could have been all men, but I just felt like it was just like a bad recognition of Usher's impact. Like Usher's impact in R&B and pop music has influenced men and women in the genres, black artists across the board. And so I appreciate, understand, like, yes, there should have been women performers because, yeah, there were women that made, that definitely were inspired. But Usher is a cross, is just is a force to be reckoned with. Like he influenced a lot. He deserves all his roses. He's a legend at this point, undoubtedly. But I just was like, okay, I can see some women artists that are influenced by Usher for sure should definitely be like they had Summer Walker, and I get why they had her, but like, okay, mix some of the women in, right? For sure. But where's Giveon? Where's, Durand? Where's Omarion? You could have brought out Neo. You could have brought out Luke James. You could have brought out Leon Bridges. You could have brought out Lucky Day. You could have brought out Mario, hell. You could have brought out Avery Wilson. There are several other male artists. I know Trey Songz is canceled, so no Trey Songz. I know Chris Brown and Usher, despite what they say, there's clearly something not good about their relationship. I get that. But like there's so many artists, male artists in R&B currently in the field that could have done Usher justice. And so I just felt like the move was just like I know that women in R&B right now are dominating, so maybe there's some acknowledgement of that. But it just would have been like Usher, that tribute just did not, I don't feel like it gave him what he encompasses. So I'm just saying that VMAs, MTV, I know it feels like Usher's been oversaturated with a lot of awards this year, but I feel like give it to the man while he is still in his prime. Give it to him while he is still out here kicking ass. Don't wait for Usher to be in his 60s before he's recognized. Give this man while he's great. He's got 30 years in the game because you know why? Usher started very young. People don't understand that. Like people look at me and say, "Oh, how long you been in the industry?" I've been in the industry for a nice decade or so because I started very young. I did a radio show when I was 18 years old. I'll be 33. Been about nearly 15 years of doing media in general. Professionally, it's been over 10 years. But I've been in the game for nearly 15 years. Um, you know, and so I tell people, a lot of people start young, and Usher started very young. Beyonce did too. Like these are people who lifetime achievement is not a bad thing. Usher is going to be 46 in October. Usher started singing at 15. He had an album out. His first album came out when he was like 15 years old. He was a child star. He had the original momager. His mom was the original momager, I would say, in the industry. He's been performing in the industry for 30 years at this point. I feel like Usher needs to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We need to start nominating him to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. If Mary J. Blige can get it, Usher needs to get it at this point because he's been putting in that work. I would argue that. Yeah, I would definitely argue. 45 years old he is. He'll be 46 in October. So he is. I mean, Mary J. Blige is 53. So they're in the same type of space. Beyonce will be 40, 43 this year. So her Usher is in that same space. Brandy as well. These are artists that's been around. Brandy's 45. They just ushered her the same age. Monica, where were they at? They should have came out. It's like they should have came out. They should have been showed up to the awards. But yeah, Monica's 43. So it's just yeah, it makes sense for them to get it. But I just felt like there should have just been other artists that he's inspired. There's a lot of artists that Usher has inspired that's still inspiring. And I just wish it would have been a more gender mixed tribute. So that happened. Usher's speech. I can't even talk about the speech really because nobody can hear it. Because Usher, FCC was bleeping out most of Usher's speech because Usher was apparently, he took off his glasses, he cursed. He was saying a lot of words, okay? And we couldn't hear any of them because FCC was just blocking everything because he was just talking frank. I can't wait till they air the footage of what he was saying because I'm like, clearly he was pouring his guts out, and he was long when he loved it. Listen, I just feel like he had a sense where he's like, look, he don't know if he's gonna get another moment like that. But I was saying earlier, like the VMAs, MTV Video Vanguard Award, give it to Usher. I don't think they are, but I don't know who they're gonna give it to at this point. But I mean, maybe Katy Perry. I could see them giving it to Katy Perry to try to, because it's been a while. They could give it to Katy Perry to try to get her to for her little comeback. I could see them giving it to Katy Perry this year. I feel like if they give it to Taylor Swift, it's a little too premature in my opinion. I mean, one could argue, but I just feel like it'd be too premature if Taylor gets it this year. That just feels forced to me for ratings. But she's eventually going to get it. Let's be clear. She's going to eventually get the VMA Video Vanguard Award. But I would say the person that could, I mean, Usher should get it, and Usher should perform a 15-minute, of his greatest hits. Because I remember when Shakira got it, Shakira killed it. J Lo did. She did a great performance. The vocals, singing, but she performed, right? Shakira did. So I feel like, and I think Nicki Minaj got it and did something with that, whatever that was. But I feel like, Usher can make a case. I mean, maybe I don't, whatever. Give him the damn award and let him, perform, and give us the show that we should have got, at the BT Awards. But that's wishful thinking. But yeah, they bleeped out most of his damn speech, so we didn't really get to hear anything. That was a lot. And then we didn't hear, so yeah, I mean, there was a part where we did hear this part where he was talking about being a better person and staying positive and fixing relationships. He just said, look, he ain't got no problems with nobody who got problems with him. He let go all the negativity, all that he said, and talked about Tamika, his ex-wife, who's still out here, talking in public and just seems bitter. Tamika seems very bitter about everything. And it just seems like their marriage is just so, his new wife is there, thanked her. Some of his sons were there, his mom was there. It was a nice little family affair. Yeah. Two other things. I need BET to stop with the huge corporations. They can't help themselves. The So and So Award presented by Walmart. What? The So and So Award presented by Bevel. Like, I get it. I'd say this every year, but it gets cringier. Like, BET is like, I mean, MTV does a little bit of it, but BET, every damn award is corporate sponsored. It's an opportunity for white companies, right, to just go on air and basically promote how they're supporting the black community. You're going to hear we should have did a drinking game watching the BT Awards. Like, every time you hear black culture, black excellence, take a shot. Like, I would have been inebriated. I would have been passed out and blacked out by the time. That award show went on too long, by the way. It was goddamn 44 hours. I mean, these award shows are long as shit. Like 4 hours, like the average award show to me should be about 3 hours. Well, if you're like doing the Oscars or the Tonys. But if you are everyday, regular, like award show, 2 hours, if you're not really presenting awards. I mean, it just dragged at certain points. I just was like, so much corporate sponsorship, so many commercials. I mean, just so much, just mass. I mean, just cringy. Producer me giving producer notes. But last but not least, they did save the best for last. I felt like Lauryn Hill's performance with her son, who's a Marley. Her and Bob Marley had a beautiful child, and he was a great performer. Lauryn Hill clearly came on time, but this is an award show, so she did her thing. She did a very great job. Her performance is great. She performed with her son, who was great as well. I believe it's YG Marley who was the artist, and yeah, it was a great show. I mean, performance. I mean, the music was great. They was on message. Yeah, it was just really great to see, just the artistry, just her, and just having a good time and talking about some deep shit. The music was just musicking. I really did like it. YG Marley, and just great artists. Great artists. They were great. What a great way to end a very bad show. The show ended on a sweet note with them saving what I felt like was the best for last, because everything else was just kind of like, eh. So I will say that was probably a major highlight in my opinion. But yeah, that was my thing. Yeah. Um, Thinking about overall, people were saying they felt like um that there was some homophobia um, going on with the BET Awards. Like there was a lot of queer women, but you didn't really see that many queer men getting on the stage. You know, people felt like, well, what about Avery Wilson and Duran Bernard? You know, they should have had an opportunity to be spotlighted. I mean, it was very interesting. There was like some people saying that there was this, you know, a lot of queer women like Tiana, Kiki, and Victoria were there, but there was also, they said, like a weird fetishization of queer women, especially femme queer women. And yeah, I picked up on that a little bit too. I didn't. Domingo Coleman, you know, who's very, great guy. He presented international artist, you know, and he's queer and but it was just interesting. Like, I mean, there was the Billy Porter era at one point, and they did that one little moment, a couple of cringy. It was very cringy. There was somebody that was a couple award shows ago where they did that one thing, and I was like in the moment of Pose, and that MJ Rodriguez, present an award, which was a big deal for black trans performers. But it's BTS had this really weird thing. Like, seems like they want to be more for it, and they was really trying to, but it's very much on like heavy on women, queer women versus, queer men. It's always that, it's always that thing. It's always that thing. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on. Just a lot of stuff going on. So that's that, until next time. We'll see what the VMAs is giving, because y'all know I love the VMAs. So this is a long episode, but y'all gonna have me for listen, y'all not gonna have me until July 15th. Right? Yeah, July 15th. Y'all not gonna have me until July 15th. So that's the season 7 premiere. So this episode's a little long, but y'all gonna have to digest me, because y'all gonna be missing me. So y'all better just have this in different. I'm realizing this is a long ass episode, but I'm realizing that I'm basically giving y'all a mega episode. This might be the longest episode I've ever done, but y'all just need to pace it out, because I'm gonna be on vacation. So I'm just realizing that we get in there. We get in there. So The Bear season 3. What were my thoughts? Because I'm not going to spoil it for you all. So I'm not going to tell you any plot twists. So there doesn't no need for you to skip this part and say spoiler alert. It's no spoils. I'm just going to tell you what my overall thought about this season is. I'm not going to get into any of the plots or anything like that. What I will say is, was not crazy about it. Was not feeling it. Was very disappointed. Underwhelming as fuck. The ending will piss you off. You will know, and when you know, you're going to say, I was like, fuck this show. I was annoyed at the end. First of all, I was annoyed the whole damn the season. 10 episodes. The shit dragged. A lot of novel gazing with the cinematography. I have now realized what my issues with the show. What is it with TV, y'all? Like, I just feel like a lot of shows, with the exception of Abbott Elementary, because the show is good. Abbott is killing it. But I was talking to my good friend, Dr. Parks, and me and her was talking about these shows. And, The Bear season 1 was phenomenal. A great season. And it swept award seasons. It got Emmys. It got all the awards, Golden Globes. It's been sweeping up every damn show. Award season, as it should. Season 2, I started to see some cracks. I noticed some cracks in season 2, but nobody wanted to talk about it because the show was just so good and nobody wanted to be critical. And that's how it is nowadays with art. Nobody wants to, have nuance with this shit. But season 2, there was some cracks. And I'm going to get there, because the cracks from season 2 becomes erosion in the 3rd season. And for those who've been watching The Bear, Y'all already know what I'm getting at when I say this. So the first season, I felt like the show had a very clear plot, focus, character development. There was an understanding of the story. You understood people's motivations. You know, you could appreciate the cinematography. You could appreciate the craft and the angles, everything. It just was a focus. That second season, they take the show and put it on steroids. So there's more yelling. There's more intensity. Everybody's on the fucking edge. There's a lot of cursing, a lot of yelling, a lot of panic moments, and everybody's freaking out. There's a lot of reflections and flashbacks and weird ass moments where they're doing these weird reflections and lots of intensity and lots of fast cut shots. And you're like, okay, but then there's also these really touching moments that wins you back over. But then there's a part of the show of season 2 where I was like, okay, we did all this shit, and then where the fuck did anyone go? Like, the plot didn't really move. Like, there was nothing that moved. So then we get to season 3, and it's more of that shit, but even more dragged out. Less character development, a lot of the same regurgitated devices that they did in the previous seasons. A lot of unnecessary flashbacking to folks. And it's like, why are we still talking about this person? This person died. We get it. Why do we have to keep being reminded of this? And why do we care why this person came to the business? There's a lot of rehashing shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? And the cheapness and the laziness of it is that when they do those flashbacks, right, they act like they're telling you something about the character, but they don't, because we already knew what we knew. And so it's almost like they want to slow us down because they don't have anything to say about the current. So I felt like there was so much flashbacking and rehashing of the past because they want to slow this shit the fuck down, because they just, for whatever reason, the creator of this show is trying to save the best for last. I predict, and I'm not going to say much, but I predict that the way that they have the cliffhanger on season 3, season 4 is going to be the final fucking season of The Bear, and that's going to be the last season, and everything is going to then finally be answered. Because what we thought we was going to get addressed from season 2, season 3, nothing. They don't really do much. There's only one major ongoing saga that gets wrapped up slightly in season 3. One. Everything else is just free falling, open-ended. Where, what happened to this? This happens. Okay, so then what happened? Like, it's a lot of loose strings. So I feel like the 4th, and I predict, final season of The Bear, they're gonna tie all that shit up. It's gonna redeem itself, but I'm gonna just be annoyed. I'm just gonna be annoyed. So prepare yourselves to be underwhelmed. And it's giving Ted Lasso. Yeah, I said it. It's giving Ted Lasso. Y'all love Ted Lasso with the first 2 seasons. By the time it got to that 3rd season, child, y'all was like, listen, it ended on a very dry note. Didn't get any major awards. It swept the first 2 seasons. But by that 3rd season, the Bear came in and ate everything up. See, I'm annoyed right now because a lot of people, I'm a member of the, Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, Mid-Atlantic chapter. And, I follow the Emmys, that's the Mid-Atlantic Emmys, regional Emmys. But, I follow TV, I have, I vote, I judge things. What I will say is that the calendar of consideration for these shows, that's what frustrates me. Because if this season 3 of The Bear, was being up for consideration for Emmy consideration right now, Abbott Elementary's recent badass, incredible special, like that last season that just wrapped up, that should be sweeping the Emmys this year. The problem is that this season of Abbott Elementary is going to be in consideration, but it's going to be going against season 2 of The Bear. And I feel like enough people liked season 2 of The Bear that they're going to keep letting The Bear sweep. I feel like that's what happens. Like Abbott just never, the show never placed at the right time to get its roses. It kind of reminds me, well, maybe it can, right? But it reminds me of like when you see certain shows. Like I remember when a Handmaid's Tale won, best drama, but it only won because I believe the Game of Thrones took a break that year. And then when Game of Thrones came back, Game of Thrones swept. And then I remember Succession had that run too, where Succession couldn't win because Game of Thrones was still at play. And then once Game of Thrones got the way, Succession was able to sweep some wins. I think about that with certain acting categories, especially like comedy, like Veep. Like I remember, Veep just kept getting, and so you couldn't like, can this person get out the way so this person can finally win? And so with Quinta, she was able to finally fucking win that damn Emmy for Best Actress in a Comedy because Hacks, I think, was it Hacks? The season of Hacks didn't come because I feel like one of the shows was in this weird hiatus. And so I feel like that's the same way with Succession. Like, who's going to be the best new drama this upcoming season? Like, what drama is going to finally win? Because Succession took over and had that run. So now the question becomes, what is the new hot TV drama that's going to win the Emmy this upcoming year? Because Succession had its final, hoorah rah. They had their final swan song. Everybody won. Coley and Koken won, and Sarah Snook finally won. It was some good wins. But now it's time for to figure out like who else is going to be able to win that drama. Who's in the running, because so many good shows couldn't even qualify. I mean, couldn't have a chance. And so this year, I feel annoyed because I don't know how it's going to play out with the Emmys this cycle. Like, is The Bear 2 going to continue to sweep? I don't know, because maybe all the bad criticism, like, it's something interesting that happened. Like, I feel like the final Emmy voting happened before the reviews of The Bear 3. Because in my mind, I was thinking, well, if The Bear 3 final Emmy nomination judging. But see, hold on. It's Emmy nominations. It's not judging for the winners yet. So I wonder if all of this bad buzz that The Bear season 3 is getting might make voters change their perspective about giving The Bear anything, even though season 2 is at play, because season 3 make people start to unravel, is this show really that good? Because I feel like The Bear played its hand in a very, very dirty way. I feel like they thought that The Bear 3 was good. It's obvious they did a lot of rushing with this production, I felt like. I'm not going to get into details. What I will say, though, is Jamie Lee Curtis is doing some of her best acting ever in The Bear. I'll leave it at that. Season 2, she was my favorite highlight of the season 2. Season 3, another great performance. I'll leave it at that. Shout out to the fact that Lindsay Lohan and her are about to do Freaky Friday 2, and they're filming, and they're getting to film. That is exciting. Jamie Lee Curtis is having a nice little run, 65, and she's out here having a career run that's impeccable. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that could hurt them. Like, I feel like they're going to get the nominations, but I wonder if voting is going to change. Because the nominations are coming right now, but the voting for the winners, because the Emmys are going to be in September, will the bad buzz around season 3 impact voters, even how they're determined in season 2? It might. They played their hand because, again, I think they felt like, because let's be clear, season 2 of The Bear happened last year. It's been a while. And so, to be honest, Abbott Elementary just ended like maybe a month or so ago. And so Abbott Elementary's recent season is kind of fresh. Like, I'm still thinking about how that finale ended with, Janine and Greg kissing and everything. Eddie, Greg, Eddie, they was kissing in the end. It's like, oh, they finally fell. Like, I love that ending. So sexy. So, I was feeling that ending. And so there was a part of me that felt like, okay, they're in contention. They should be. And my friend, like Amanda and me be talking about this all the time. But Abbott really should get best comedy this year. Because The Bear to me is not really a comedy, but I digress. I'm not even going to go into an argument. But yeah, like, I really feel like, I don't know. Things could be very interesting this cycle. I'm also curious about what's going to happen with the categories. Like, Are they going to move Io, the black actress in The Bear? Are they going to put her in lead actress? Because if they do, a lot of categories have already been doing that with her with season 2, because she was supporting actress the first season, but second season they kind of put her in the lead actress category. Are they going to make a play to move her there? And then who gets best supporting actress? Are they going to move another actress from The Bear in season, the white girl who's in it? Are they going to put her in supporting actress this go around so that it can be now 4, right? You got the cousin, you got, old boy, the bear, right? You got him in lead, you got cousin in the lead supporting actor, you got Io in lead actress, and you got the other girl in supporting actress. You can have 4, like a trifecta. And comedy, we saw that with Schitt's Creek. When Schitt's Creek had its final season, all 4 of the principal cast members dominate the entire acting category in supporting, lead, for lead actress and lead actor and lead and supporting actor. All 4 of them won in comedy and then walked away with best comedy in their final season of Schitt's Creek. So it could happen like that. That could be a play that the Bear plays. I just want Abbott to. I just feel like Abbott should really have a season. ABC, put that campaign money in it, baby. Put that money in it. And honestly, if the Bear was smart, the Bear should move to drama and take over drama. I feel like that's what the Bear should do. The Bear should move to drama, because right now drama is kind of open. I feel like there's that show Shogun. I feel like everyone's talking about that. People speculate is going to be the big winner. The one on FX, the ancient Chinese era saga show. I'm hearing that might be the one that's going to be the top contender, possibly. So I don't know. Who knows how that's going to play out? But I could see some interesting plays there. So we'll see. But overall, I'm still watching Power. Power's about to have its mid-season premiere. I'm sorry, it's mid-season finale very soon. So, I've been following that. I'm getting excited because, I really do enjoy Power. Of course, I love my show Baddies and all of its ratchetness. But I'm going to enjoy my time. This is a long-ass episode, I know. But I really did enjoy it because I really enjoy doing this show. I really do. Season 6 was definitely filled with surprises. Not a lot of crazy cameos like The Bear Season 3 has so many goddamn cameos. Oh, that's another sidebar. The Bear 3 got so many cameos. Some random ones, some fun ones. You know what I mean. But anywho. But this was great. Season 6 was phenomenal. To be able to do 6 seasons of this podcast and consistently do it. I'm proud of myself because... Yeah, I'm proud of myself because this has been the most consistent, project I've done in a while. Ernestly speaking, when I did it in radio, I did 9 seasons consistently. And this has been the most consistent personal project I've done in a while. I mean, I've written columns for years. I've written for other people and I've done that for a while, right? But just something like this is just special. And to continue to do it and be excited about doing it every week is just because of listeners like you. Thank you. So enjoy July, the first half of July, and, get ready for 4th of Jamarcus. You all have a very incredible 4th of Jamarcus. Be safe out there. Have some sunscreen. Okay. Don't do anything that I won't do. And that's a lot of things. Well, maybe. Yeah. This is great. See y'all very soon for, season 7, which, 7 is my favorite number. So that's going to be a very lucky season ahead. And as always, be well and be best. Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.